on the ground.
I have learned that you can make a garden on a small piece of land, although it's in an urban area. We can make gardens in different ways, like in pyramids, baby towers, and also in some buckets. You can use a bucket, you put there soil, place the bucket well, then after you put the seedling, you plant. Also, you can use sacks. When you get a piece of land, although it's in an urban area, you can put there a garden.
I can plant a tomato, take care of it, and I make sure it is grown in a good way, that I can also try to understand the disease or any pest that is attacking it, and I find a solution for it. Not only the young farmers members, but also the whole school. They always pick, like, let me say, like these tomatoes, they use it for frying the beans at school here. And also these other green vegetables, we always put in our food and eat and we enjoy.
This project helps us a lot to learn more about food and nutrition and how we should eat the right foods. Children in our classrooms gain more energy when they eat foods which have these crops here. A healthy mind is a good mind for sure. When you are healthy, you can't fall sick. When you feed on a balanced diet, you are active, your body is active. Once a child eats good food, the brain develops quicker and faster. Children focus and we are performing better every day.
Because of the need for proper feeding, sustainability of feeding children in the school, balancing their diet, not only the children but even the teacher, this program came in really as a rescue for the school. Having these vegetables or these food additions in our meals, it is making the children already appreciate what we are providing them. And it is adding value to their meals.
When you go and look at the school gardens, we are actually telling people that space does not matter for you to be able to grow food that is nutritious to you. And the impact we are seeing is that when you go to these informal settlements or in tight spaces, people are now realizing that, oh, I can actually be able to convert this chikutia, what they actually say, fill it with soil and grow something.
Health Center 3, we have several services we offer. We first of all start with screening everyone who enters the facility. And when we screen, when somebody is malnourished, we treat. Depending on the level of the malnutrition, we have a nutrition unit. Those that are severely malnourished but without complications, we give them ready-to-use therapeutic food. We talk too much to pregnant mothers because we know that they are very vulnerable and they are carrying their precious babies. They have to have good nutrition to give us good babies. So we give health talks to those mothers while in antenatal. Beginning from antenatal, we do not lose any chance. We teach them right from feeding themselves, feeding the babies they are going to receive, especially breastfeeding in the first 6 months. So they get that information from antenatal, and then we emphasize it towards the labor and within the labor process. In maternity, when they come to deliver, we emphasize attachment to the breastfeeding in the first 1 hour. We make sure those children start breastfeeding in the first 1 hour, and we discourage supplementary foods during that time. Formula milk, we don't allow them in the hospital. And we do not discharge them until when we are sure that they can breastfeed the mother. We make sure we teach them that breastfeeding is exclusive up to 6 months. And we are seeing results. We continue monitoring them through YCC, a young child clinic, that is immunization. We emphasize nutrition of both the child and the mother. We continuously educate them. We give them food demonstrations to emphasize. As we discharge our patients from maternity, we link them to the community. And there is a vivid follow-up by our VHTs to see that those mothers continuously breastfeed. Of course, it is integrated. We emphasize hygiene and other things, but for nutrition purposes, they are followed to see that they breastfeed well. At our immunization clinic, we immunize those children against the preventable diseases according to the Ministry of Health, and that is leading to healthy babies and well-nourished children.
When children are vaccinated, you tend to have a better outcome. The children tend to be healthy. Looking at the vaccination points that we have more than 170.
Early detection of malnutrition is critical for a child's survival and development. In Karamoja sub-region of Uganda, a simple tool is putting this power in the hands of parents, the family-led mid-upper arm circumference step, MOAC. Family-led MOAC trains parents to use a simple mid-upper arm circumference, MOAC tape, to monitor their child's nutrition status at home. The tape is easy to use and parents can immediately identify signs of malnutrition.
We teach parents how to use MOAC tapes so that they can check their children regularly. In this way, if a child is malnourished, he can get help immediately. When your child is on red MOAC, we send to the health center for OTC program. This is where they give them OD here. And in yellow, we also send to health center for AFI program, and when your child is on green MOAC, it shows that the child is healthy.
Parents are now able to monitor their children's health more effectively using the MOAC tape. They can check for malnutrition and seek care if needed.
So na pipa na ekatanya nya itinagana tamari ngale nyiti nyiko ku aberi abona ke pemakin kadol tinaliban erngangale kadol nanyang amunare nyiko ku adol chonare ngana amunare chut atunyo jol daktar
ekwayo atala kartanya bugana na bune gatodika ayo nya kipimi nyika ko bunyi ka ko tola mato malodi ni bunya bugana katama nye bitola lama kina ngolo chono gina amuja nyika ko kuna pipa nya ka kala dade ngale atala karja program na gani arno oi.
Family-led MOAC has empowered parents to take control of their children's health by detecting malnutrition early. They have prevented severe cases and ensured timely treatment.
This program has changed the way we fight malnutrition in this community. The caregivers no longer wait for us to go to look for them. They have taken the initiatives themselves to fight malnutrition by screening their children using the MOAC tape from home and referring themselves to the health center for care.
Family-led MOAC is a powerful tool in the fight against malnutrition. By empowering parents, we can ensure that no child suffers from malnutrition undetected. Join us in supporting this initiative and help build a healthier future for all children.
Hello. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. Yeah, I can hear you. You are most welcome for this National Nutrition Dialogue. We thank you for being the early birds, and we thank God that He has brought you here. And you're most welcome. You're in the right place. Feel at home, as they say, and feel at this place. You're most welcome. My name's Colin Zamanya. I'll be taking you through in terms of directions and everything that we need to know about this dialogue. But most importantly, I'm a citizen of this country, and nutrition definitely means a lot to me and everyone who's here with us. Without much, I know we have a bit of behind schedule for a few minutes, but I'm going to call upon Mr. Richard Sechiyanga to come and give some briefs on why we're here, and kind of, get us to know and get us be part of this. But I would also like to tell you that it's free seating apart from those reserved seats in front here for the right honorables and the rest of the team. But we could close in so that we avoid interruptions. We could close in and use the middle seats and upper front seats so that we avoid the walkthroughs. I thank you very much, Richard. Yeah, you can use the podium so that everyone can see who you are. Thank you.
Thank you, Collins. My name is Richard Sewachiriang. I'm the Technical Advisor, National Partnerships at the Office of the Prime Minister. I'm just going to give a quick update and then let you know how the days will flow. When you came in, you must have received two beautiful public booklets. One is a summary of the nutrition situation report, whose details we shall be looking at. And the other one is the program for the day that we shall be going through. I think in terms of context, this is something that is being undertaken as an initiative by the Uganda Bureau of Statistics and the Office of the Prime Minister. And basically, it's a dialogue where we will be looking at issues of nutrition. The theme of the day is to strengthen policy decision making, to ensure nutrition for all. So that's what we are going to be talking about. We have a good lineup of speakers who will be taking us through. We will be starting the day with the Prime Minister opening this, the Chair of the Uganda Bureau of Statistics, the Nutrition Development Partners Group, UNICEF, and the chairperson of the Local Development Partners Group will speak to us. And then we shall have the Minister of Finance giving us some welcome remarks and setting the context. And we shall have a statement from the Prime Minister herself, and then a presentation of the nutrition situation report by the Executive Director for the Uganda Bureau of Statistics, Dr. Chris Mukiza. We will have a few key messages that will be presented by the Nutrition Manager at UNICEF, Mr. Zakaria Fusheini. And then a few ministers that will give us a few highlights and interventions about what what their take is on the nutrition report. A response from the Prime Minister will follow, and then we shall have a lunch break. And of course, in between, there has been the entertainment and photo session that will also take place just before lunch. The afternoon, we shall have a couple, actually 3 expert panels. One panel will be looking at the nutrition situation report, really at the policy level, and the moderator there will be coming from National Planning Authority. We shall have another panel that will be looking at issues relating to the local governments, and then another panel that will be looking at very specific selected indicators to make sure that we, are well socialized on the issues around nutrition and what's happening. So that's how we shall be running the day today. It's going to be an exciting day. We have scheduled it properly so that we get the best out of it. Tomorrow, we will be having, again, very interesting and insightful discussions. The major one will be the overview. Other than the welcome remarks by the PS of OPM, we shall have an overview on the Uganda National Nutrition Action Plan 2. And we will be listening to a presentation on the progress of implementation. We will then have the outcomes of the third National Nutrition Forum being presented by the Assistant Commissioner for Policy Analysis at the Office of the Prime Minister. And then there will be a presentation on the background to the Nutrition for Growth Summit, the commitments and implementation progress of the Tokyo Summit of 2021. Then we shall have an overview of the resource mobilization and financing towards multi-sector nutrition programming, and then we'll talk about the next N4G, the Nutrition for Growth Summit that is upcoming in Paris. And after that, we shall have a panel that will bring together the Scaling Up Nutrition groups, the business, the academia, civil society, and the development partners. And that panel will be facilitated by one of the policy analysts, principal policy analysts at the Office of the Prime Minister. We will then have the country roadmap shared, and we will end with a unified government and non-stakeholder position on the proposed actions for Paris 25, which will be shared by the Commissioner for Strategic Coordination and Implementation, and the chairperson of the Uganda Bureau of Statistics will give us the closing remarks. So it will be 1.5 days of very packed program, and we look forward to really using this and getting the best out of it. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will be starting in a few minutes. The chief guest is expected soon, but before we get to that, we shall now have our documentary, because we've been having the cultural entertainment so far. We shall now have our documentary before we move on to the other program of the day. So thank you very much. We'll now move on to the documentary and move on with the rest of the program as it's set out. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Richard, for that. And I think you've heard for yourselves, nutrition, of course, affects each and every one of us. And it's very, very important that he has said it's going to be packed, but very interesting on the other side, because this is something that you live with every other day. Our documentary, I think we are ready to continue as we wait to kickstart our day's program. Thank you very much.
This is Nabila Tuk village, a community in Karamoja sub-region of Uganda where child malnutrition remains a significant challenge. But here, at Nabila Tuk Early Childhood Development Center, a small but impactful intervention is making a big difference in the lives of young children. Meet Tekino, a 4-year-old boy who, like many other children in Karamoja, faced the risk of malnutrition. His family struggled to provide balanced meals, and as a result, Tekino had not been growing as expected. Tekino was introduced to the Early Childhood Development Center's nutrition services, where his growth and development were closely monitored. Trained staff identified that Tekino needed additional nutritional support and immediately took steps to ensure he received it. The Early Childhood Development Center staff provided Tekino's family with a complimentary feeding bowl to help them measure the right portion sizes and prepare nutritious meals.
So I need the young and the new. Yeah, like in a baby, and la pion can cafe. Back
khangila pion kan kauni yala ine maikina yo kiwaka kimuji paka yala inul.
This simple tool made a big difference, ensuring that Tekno received the right amount of food at each meal.
Kolongotek etanu sedangi de ngamuja una etanere ane eguni UNICEF ikitani zwa akizi ngamuja una gelegele una be kimuja ngebe itanere za to kana ngizwe ata Tekno rongeta na UNICEF alakara.
Since receiving support, Tekno has shown remarkable progress. He is healthier, more active, and participates in activities at the Early Childhood Development Center with energy and enthusiasm.
It's really amazing to see how Tekno has transformed. Tekno used to be withdrawn and quiet, but nowadays he smiles and plays.
The success of the nutrition services at the Early Childhood Development Center has extended to many action and health, thanks to the knowledge and the tools they have gained.
We now know how to use feeding bowels and mark tape to monitor our children's health. This has given us power to prevent malnutrition in our homes.
Thanks to the support received at the Early Childhood Development Center, Tekno now has a brighter future. This success story is just one of many, showing how simple, effective interventions can transform lives and build a healthier, more resilient community.
abana mukurora bano ebintu bisora kubihayo kurongo nutrition yejo yaba nungi kandi yabakonyera nito tubini tukatamanyira abandi wasangaga za dodo mchunguwa nibatwara mukatale kubuguza abantu abandi bayititwe abana bagambaga nibalya buno obubi bayitwe babayimebye ebintu umubaho obubi obundi abandi bagamba barogere obundi abandi nibatekereza stani kandi kunu Maria mabi
aboko wasangaga abana bengera isoke balirwa njunza baina kada kagizera kati bayel ubito tutwakera mugabuzibu twamanyaga endera nuko bati abana.
During the assessment, we found out that they had malnourished children, actually 3. One was severely malnourished, that one was referred. Then the other 2 who were moderately malnourished were managed at community level.
Omwana wange kumala 12 omwana yerugaye kwikana yabakurumi nanyo nasemerewa aho no nasinyira baviye kitintu bibale kuyica kandi bibale kunyamba banyegesa uyu makasiri ko kulya gaki akadodo ka omwana neyuwenga no nanyo nagiye kuli mosiri natandika kuchumba akadoda kanga habwange nayega nanyo narabampa-bwire mugenzi wangu omwana anuwa kulwara nanyo ni mahabura nanko ni mkorezi bibabe bagenzi wange bampa-bwire.
Early detection of malnutrition is critical for a child's survival and development. In Karamoja sub-region of Uganda, a simple tool is putting this power in the hands of parents, the family-led mid-upper arm circumference step, MOAC. Family-led MOAC trains parents to use a simple mid-upper arm circumference, MOAC tape, to monitor their child's nutrition status at home. The tape is easy to use.
Can I interrupt the documentary bit? Ladies and gentlemen, from the program, I think every one of you has gotten a booklet here where we have the program of the day. We're supposed to have a breakfast for purposes of managing our time. I think let's pick a cup of tea, have breakfast, so that by the time the Right Honorable Prime Minister walks in, we're ready, okay, and we don't have, because from there we shall go straight into the program so that we can be able to catch up with time. So please have a cup of tea, and yeah, I think we shall do the other details, but in God's name we pray that everything will be okay. Amen. I thank you. You're most welcome to our breakfast. Thank you very much. The Prime Minister has served breakfast, and make sure it's very nutritious, what you serve. Thank you very much.
Of malnutrition.
We teach parents how to use mark tapes so that they can check their children regularly. In this way, if a child is malnourished, he can get help immediately. When your child is on red mark, we send to the health center for OTC program. This is where they give them OD here. And in yellow, we also send to health center for AFI program. And when your child is on green mark, it shows that the child is healthy.
Parents are now able to monitor their children's health more effectively using the MOAC tip. They can check for malnutrition and seek care if needed.
Munara ni kako kuko de ngale moda kwani so na pipa na ekatanya nya itinga tamare ngale nyiti ni ko ko abero ya bana ke pemaki kadol tinali ban ngale kadol na nyang munara ni ko adol sonare ngana munara chut atunyo jol daktar
ikwayo atala kartanya bugana na bune ga to dika yo nya pimi ni ka ko bunyi ka ko tola mato malodi ni bunya bugana ka tama nya bitola rama ya kina ngolo chono na amujanya ka ko kuna pipanya ka dada de ngale atala karja program na gani arno oi.
Family-led MOAC has empowered parents to take control of their children's health by detecting malnutrition early. They have prevented severe cases and ensured timely treatment.
This program has changed the way we fight malnutrition in this community. The caregivers no longer wait for us to go to look for them. They have taken the initiatives themselves to fight malnutrition by screening their children using the MOAC tape from home and referring themselves to the health center for care.
Family-led MOAC is a powerful tool in the fight against malnutrition. By empowering parents, we can ensure that no child suffers from malnutrition undetected. Join us in supporting this initiative and help build a healthier future for all children.
abana mukurora bano ebintu bisora kubihayo kurongo nutrition yegiye yaba nungi kandi yabakonyera nito tubini twatamanyira abandi wasangaga za dodo mchunguwa nibatwara mukatale kuguza abantu abandi bayititwe abana bagambaga nibalya buno obubi bayitwe babayimebye bintu umubaho obubi ubundi abandi bagamba barogere ubundi abandi nibatekereza stani kandi kunu Maria mabi
abako wasangaga abana bengera isoke balirwa enjunza balina akadde kagizire kati bayere obuntu obwo tutwakirwamuga buzibu twamanyaga embeera nuko batya abaana.
During the assessment, we found out that they had malnourished children, actually 3. One was severely malnourished, that one was referred. Then the other 2 who were moderately malnourished were managed at community level.
Omwana wange kumala nabibiri omwana yarugayo tekana yabakurumi nanyo nasomere aho niho nasomere bavuye ekisiri bali kuyita kandi bali kunyamba banyegesa oluma akasiri kokulya gaki akadodo k'omwana neiwenga niho nanyo nagiye kulima osiri natandika kucumba akadodo akanga habwange nayega nanyo narwa bampavwire mugenzi wange omwana anubwa kulwara nanyo nimuhabura nimukorebi ebibazo bagenzi bange bampavwire.
Ethiopia, all forms of nutrition are a challenge, like undernutrition, overnutrition, micronutrient deficiency is a challenge. When we conducted food and nutrition baseline survey, it's just increasing due to man-made and natural disasters.
Let me start by thanking the government of Uganda and the people of Uganda for hosting this meeting and also for the effort to organize the event.
This community engagement is an opportunity for us as nutrition stakeholders to learn from each other and benchmark on best practices to take the nutrition agenda forward.
Nutrition is a multidimensional issue. It's only not related to health, it's related to agriculture, water sanitation, social protection, health. The African continent is suffering from a triple burden of malnutrition. So the African Union Commission developed different strategies, including the Africa Regional Nutrition Strategy, to monitor progress in addressing malnutrition in the continent, and also to hold member states accountable, as well as to use the results of the scorecard for advocacy. What we are trying to do is to develop a policy framework which will guide member states to develop their own action plans at national level so that they can address malnutrition comprehensively. The idea is to reduce stunting by 40% by 2025. We are also addressing anemia in women of reproductive health aged 15 to 49 to reduce it to 50% by 2025. And also we are saying acute malnutrition, which is wasting, should not go beyond 5% in a country. We also promoting exclusive breastfeeding for countries to reach 80% and above. Those are some of the indicators that included in the nutrition scorecard so that we can track whether a country is on track to achieve nutrition targets. Without data and information on the impact of malnutrition on the economy and also on individuals, it will be difficult for us to justify the allocation of resources for addressing malnutrition in member states.
Heads of states require, succinct.
Nutrition is not just about feeding our stomachs. It is about nourishing bodies, minds, and futures. The theme of this year's forum, Unlocking Nutrition's Potential, Accelerating Multi-Sectoral Actions and Strategic Investments for Enhanced Nutrition Security, emphasizes the importance of collaboration and partnerships among various sectors and stakeholders in advancing our nutritional agenda.
As we convene, we are faced with the stark reality of malnutrition and its profound impact on individuals, communities, and nations.
The Uganda Demographic Health Survey of 2022 data reveals concerning trends in the nutrition status of children and adults in Uganda. Among children under 5 years old, 24.4% are stunted, meaning they are really too short for their age. 3.2% are wasted, too thin for their height. 3.4% are overweight. These are too heavy for their weight. And 9.7% are underweight, too thin for their age. Those statistics serve as a stark reminder of the urgency of our task. They also serve as a call to action, inspiring us to redouble our efforts and explore innovative solutions to address these challenges.
We cannot afford to ignore this issue any longer. We must recognize that malnutrition not only threatens the health and well-being of our people, but also undermines our economic growth and development.
Today's forum presents a unique opportunity for stakeholders across sectors and levels to reflect, commit, and take concrete actions to address malnutrition comprehensively. Addressing malnutrition necessitates a holistic approach that integrates health, agriculture, water, education, gender, and other relevant domains.
Climate change, post-COVID recovery, humanitarian crisis, and challenges within our education system all intersect with the broader issues of nutrition. But it is through forums like this that we can harness the power of partnership and strategic investment to overcome some of these obstacles.
This forum provides a unique opportunity for all of us collectively as development partners to also reflect with all in the room on sustainability of multi-sectoral actions for nutrition.
Together, we can turn the aspirations outlined in this forum into tangible actions that positively impact the lives of millions across Uganda.
Some of the challenges, I think, that have been raised, particularly by the nutritionists, I think are going to be given attention so that this whole endeavor does not go to waste.
To meet the nutrition needs of refugees and host communities. The government is now supporting refugees to practice block farming within the refugee settlements.
Let's continue to embrace the multi-sectoral approach to implement the Ugandan Nutrition Action Plan in spirit of together as we can.
Ladies and gentlemen, the outcomes of this forum will not only inform policy and practice, but will also form the basis for collective action by all stakeholders.
75% of the diseases that take us to hospital are preventable. Investing in nutrition today will repay dividends for generations to come and drive sustainable development and prosperity for all.
Through our collective efforts, we can achieve optimal nutrition outcomes in Uganda.
Together, let us endeavor to ensure that every citizen, regardless of age or circumstances, has access to adequate nutrition and the opportunity to thrive.
Ethiopia, all forms of nutrition are a challenge, like undernutrition, overnutrition, micronutrient deficiency is a challenge. When we conducted food and nutrition baseline survey, it's just increasing due to man-made and natural disasters.
Let me start by thanking the government of Uganda and the people of Uganda for hosting this meeting and also for the effort to organize the event.
This community engagement is an opportunity for us as nutrition stakeholders to learn from each other and benchmark on best practices to take the nutrition agenda forward.
Nutrition is a multidimensional issue. It's only not related to health, it's related to agriculture, water sanitation, social protection, health. The African continent is suffering from a triple burden of malnutrition. So the African Union Commission developed different strategies, including the Africa Regional Nutrition Strategy, to monitor progress in addressing malnutrition in the continent, and also to hold member states accountable, as well as to use the results of the scorecard for advocacy. What we are trying to do is to develop a policy framework which will guide member states to develop their own action plans at national level so that they can address malnutrition comprehensively. The idea is to reduce stunting by 40% by 2025. We are also addressing anemia in women of reproductive health aged 15 to 49 to reduce it to 50% by 2025. And also we are saying acute malnutrition, which is wasting, should not go beyond 5% in a country. We also promoting exclusive breastfeeding for countries to reach 80% and above. Those are some of the indicators that are included in the nutrition scorecard so that we can track whether a country is on track to achieve nutrition targets. Without data and information on the impact of malnutrition on the economy and also on individuals, it will be difficult for us to justify the allocation of resources for addressing malnutrition in member states.
Heads of states require, succinct, very short, framed data that can help them make decisions within the country.
By and large, our biggest challenge is largely around the need for investment. The need for investment to be able to strengthen nutrition data management across all levels. In Uganda, we've generated scorecards to be able to track nutrition governance performance. And here we do have a nutrition governance scorecards that are largely looking at functionality on a range of governance parameters at the different coordination structures.
The scorecard is developed quarterly. It is posted online, but it's also shared directly with the head of state and government, relevant ministers, and ambassadors to the AU and UN. And with the scorecard comes a country-specific report that has a summary of the current performance, where the country is performing well, where it's performing less well, and specific recommendations that the country could enact to address any issues or underperformance.
Beyond having continental impact, we also look at sub-regional and sub-national data, which shows which areas are highly impacted in a country. Interventions would then be addressed in that impact area.
In Karamoja sub-region of Uganda, malnutrition remains a persistent challenge. But within these communities, a unique approach is making a difference, one family at a time. Positive deviance heart sessions bring together caregivers from the community to learn from each other. They identify positive practices that some families use to keep their children well-nourished and adapt these practices within their own homes.
We focus on what is already working in the community by demonstrating on how to improve their nutritional status, by sharing the local foods with the mothers on how to prepare and improve the nutritional status of the children.
Merang olkini wanye ewaikini nyaete nyake o merang. Napa na maikina tode chakina yakanyo. Tode chakina yakachede, I think lotanya chede kiwai ngai monorum tinya ete nyakangol kuguro kinere.
During the positive deviance health sessions, mothers learn to prepare balanced meals using locally available ingredients. They see firsthand how to create healthy, affordable meals that meet the nutritional needs of their children.
I used to think that only expensive food can feed my child, but now I've known that anything that I have can feed my children and make them healthy and strong. Ikwayo kire abunyika ko kutolamana program naga abwa katanya yo ngipite dio dada lu arama ikina ya ngarangnya nyikakoku apone katata miya nyaba ko kulochono gininga moja
ikwayo kire ela palanka ni kare arono chutu nye point arono aroko nyi dwe danga munara akinyama ngidhilinga na nyamere apone dhuma ya ngidhilinga lugwa gele ngamoja nugela gela ko tere ngidwe lu korodomu na pana mama korodo na be yelo dwe ngale ngidwe.
Since the introduction of the positive deviance heart sessions, mothers have reported significant improvements in their children's health and well-being. The power of shared knowledge and community support is creating lasting change.
We see few cases of malnutrition just because mothers know what to do.
Ana boy ganga ngalo pe yeg bon kay ngirkinto anyun e polo yanke chodo ya tamar e polo tengedwe e jok.
Positive deviance heart sessions are more than just a solution to malnutrition. They are a testament to the strength and resilience of communities working together. Join us in supporting these efforts and help create a healthier future for every child.
Facility, it is our mandate to ensure that we screen every client who comes here for nutrition, and that one is done on a daily basis for all our clients. Currently, we have a marked reduction in the rates of malnutrition in the communities. That is compared to about 6 years ago. The scale of the population we serve here, if we don't mind about their nutrition, we shall have a lot of community-based mortality.
We first manage them on F75 for a period of about 4 days. Then we can transit them to F100. From F100, if they are able to eat, we give them the RUTF, then we discharge them. We highly appreciate UNICEF for supporting us, because malnutrition is a big challenge. If we didn't have these therapeutic feeds to feed the children, perhaps they could be dying of malnutrition.
When worms are removed from the body, then boosted with vitamin A, it helps to boost their body immunity, which encourages them to be healthy, and they are able to come to school because they feel healthy. And when a teacher finds a healthy child in class, he is also happy teaching someone who is able to communicate, to laugh and enjoy as he or she runs in class.
peer group approach basically is having mothers formed into groups, peer groups, where we can use that platform to share knowledge on a rollout basis.
Now we are saying let us leave the facility where we are going to the community, forming like these groups, teaching them how to cook the food, telling them to assess themselves, to assess their children, the mothers. When the child has a problem,
Ladies and
they pass to the
gentlemen,
DH.
I'm sure all of you have had a cup of tea and something to eat, so in terms of nutrition, we have scored. We can't say there is nothing eaten at this point. So thank you very much for coming back. We are going to now kick off with our session. The Right Honorable Prime Minister's representative of herself will be here shortly, but we are going to be kicking off in a couple of minutes, so please take your seats, and we will be kicking off in a few minutes. Thank you.
At school, I have learned that you can make a garden on a small piece of land, although it's in an urban area. We can make gardens in different ways, like in pyramids, baby towers, and also in some buckets. You can use a bucket, you put there soil, place the bucket well, then after you put the seedling, you plant. Also, you can use sacks. When you get a piece of land, although it's in an urban area, you can put there a garden.
I can plant a tomato, take care of it, and I make sure it is grown in a good way. But I can also...
Ladies and gentlemen, you're most welcome. With us here, I must recognize that we already have our Honorable Minister for Karamoja Affairs, Honorable Peter Rokeris, is with us here, seated with us. He also had a cup of tea. We already have the representative of UNICEF. We already have Dr. Jeroen Wolman. You forgive me for the pronunciations in case I pronounce badly. We have chairmen from various local governments. There are quite a number. I'll not mention all of them. If in case I miss, really have from various local governments or districts that I might say. We have from Kasese, we have our chairman from Kabarore.
Recording in progress.
Zoro is with us. I must recognize, if I was the chairman, I would give a medal on my side. I think you're is there, you're is with. You've supported government programs through and through. Yeah, so I will recognize you. Allow me to do that because he's done a really great job. We have from Kabong, we have from Adjumani, we chairman from Adjumani, we have chairman from Manapak, we have chairperson from Abim, we have chairperson from Kamuli. You are most welcome. We have chief administrative officers also with us from the same local governments, Kamuli. We have chief administrative officer from Adjumani, Napak. We have from Isinjiro, the chief administrative officer from Isinjiro, where I will recognize you, all of you recognize all your presence here, and you're most welcome. We have, of course, our own, the chairman from Uganda Bureau of Statistics, Dr. Byamja Albert. He's already with us here. He's with us in a big capacity, so to make sure that the statistics that we put forward are really they're representative. We have a representative from GIZ. We are already with us today. We have the academia from Makere University and Mbara University. The professors are with us here. You're most welcome. We have the civil society. And you know, when I say civil society, our own Julius has been around, you've made your name, sir, and we recognize for you being, being a watchdog for the citizen, making sure that government does what it's supposed to do, making sure that the civil society also does what it's supposed to do, and the public at large. We thank you very much, Julius Mukunda. You've been with us, with the government in all and all through. Right, Honorable Minister, these are people who are here with us. In the meantime, I continue to recognize them. So I wanted to introduce to you the people with us, Honorable Minister, as we wait for the Right Honorable Prime Minister to walk in. I'm told she's just by the gates. So having said that, I just wanted to welcome you and say in a short time, also, of course, I must say, we are here because the lead of government business representing the technical side. Our permanent secretary is also here. So once the Prime Minister walks in, because he has to walk in, the Prime Minister, then we'll be able to start straight away, since we've already had tea. And I hope that your tea was very nutritious and you had a mix of all the nutrients that you require at various ages that we are at. I thank you, and you're most welcome. Just a few minutes as we play the documentary, then we'll be able to hit the road without much ado. Thank you very much. I also must recognize that we have the Wi-Fi for those who want to download, who want to make sure you're up to date. You go for conference, SRM. I don't mind about the issue of not secure source. It's always secure. I don't mind about that, but it's just a caution for those who might have issues, but it's secure source of internet, so be able. And we shall project the password, conference SRM, which is Speak Resort MUNYONYO, 609030 is the password. 609030 is the password, so that you keep up to date. I thank you, and you're most welcome. Communication, you can play the documentary as we walk in the Prime Minister.
Family-led MOWAC trains parents to use a simple mid-upper arm circumference MOWAC tape to monitor their child's nutrition status at home. The tape is easy to use, and parents can immediately identify signs of malnutrition.
We teach parents how to use MOWAC tapes so that they can check their children regularly. In this way, if a child is malnourished, he can get help immediately. When your child is on red MOWAC, we send to the health center for OTC program. This is where they give them OD here. And in yellow, we also send to health center for AFI program. And when your child is on green MOWAC, it shows that a child is healthy.
Parents are now able to monitor their children's health more effectively using the MOWAC tape. They can check for malnutrition and seek care if needed.
Kalanga dek pa jini atamar munara ni ka ko ko de ngale mo da kwani so na pe pa na ekatanya nya itinaga atamar ngale nyiti ni ko ko aberi ya bana ke pe makin kedol tinali ban ngale kedol na nyang munara ni ko adol chonara ngana munara chut atunyu jol daktar
Ekwayo, atala karka nya kugana na bune ga to dika yo nya kipimi ni ka ko. Bune guna amuja nya ka ko. Kuna pe pa nya ka kala da de ngale. Atala karka program na gani arno oi.
Family-led MOWAC has empowered parents to take control of their children's health by detecting malnutrition early. They have prevented severe cases and ensured timely treatment.
This program has changed the way we fight malnutrition in this community. The caregivers no longer wait for us to go to look for them. They have taken the initiatives themselves to fight malnutrition by screening their children using the MOWAC tape from home and referring themselves to the health center for care.
Family-led MOWAC is a powerful tool in the fight against malnutrition. By empowering parents, we can ensure that no child suffers from malnutrition undetected. Join us in supporting this initiative and help build a healthier future for all children.
abana mukurora bano ebintu bisora kubihayo kurongo nutrition yeju yaba nungi kandi yabakonyera nito tubini tukatamanyira abandi wasangaga za dodo mchunguwa nibatwara mukatale kubuguza abantu abandi baititwe abana bagambaga nibalya buno obubi baitu nibabayimebye ebintu babaho obubi obundi abandi bagamba barogere obundi abandi nibatekereza stani kandi kunu Maria mabi
abako wasangaga abana bengera isoke balirwa njunza baina kada kagizera kati bayel ubito tutwakera mugabuzibu twamanyaga embera nuko bati abana
Ladies and gentlemen, I think you can get the sound of the drums. That means that our guest of honor is walking in. We shall definitely give a standing ovation once she walks in. And then be able to take you through Yeah, from there. Ladies and gentlemen, please, you may stand. Our guest of honor, Right Honorable Justin Lumumba Kasore is walking in. You're most welcome. I want to thank God for you today, for coming in. Please, thank you, Honorable Peter, for welcoming your colleague. Ladies and gentlemen, we straight away do what we are required to do. We do the anthems. Yes, the anthems. Thank you very much. You can take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, Right Honorable, we want to welcome you today for the National Nutrition Dialogue 2024. Before I call in the PS, I want to first let you know of the people you have here in groups, and later on we shall, because of the time and the numbers that we have, may not be able to introduce ourselves in person, but I must, of course, recognize first the person next to you, Honorable Peter. Of course, you know him, right? Honorable Peter Rokeris, Minister for Karamoja Affairs. On your left is Dr. Albert, the chairperson for UBOS, Bureau of Statistics. We thank you very much. Also, of course, we also have our permanent secretary, represented by the commissioner, who's also being held up a bit. Right Honorable, we also have the representative from UNICEF, Dr. Joran. So I hope my pronunciation is very okay. We also have a representative from GIZ. We also have the academia from Bara University. We have academia from Makerere University. We have the chairpersons from a number of districts. Before you came in, I had recognized quite a number of districts. Kabarore, Adjumani, a number of them, and we also have the chief administrative officers from districts, local government, which we recognized here: Sinjiro, Kasese, Omoro, Adjumani, Kaberamaido, Kabonga, Bim, Kamuli, with their chairpersons and representatives of the of the speakers. Right Honorable, we also have other commissioners from Ministry of Agriculture. I myself am from Ministry of Agriculture. I'm an Assistant Commissioner of Planning, but previously I also worked with you in Office of the Prime Minister. Also have, but we work together on nutrition from the other side, from the farmers' side. We also have representatives from the civil society. Of course, the famous name that I talked about, Julius, and the rest of their people are with us. Right Honorable, we also have specialists in nutrition. I don't know whether you recognize as doctors, but we have specialists in nutrition from, of course, the professional side, the doctors, and also the nutritionists from various institutions and the private sector. We also have the private sector, the people who do supply these nutrition of substances or foods and fortifications that we require. Right Honorable Prime Minister, having recognized generally the people that you have here and the people that you're going to address shortly, I would like that we start with a prayer so that the prayer is encompassing for every one of us that is here. I would like to call upon Madam Camara to come and lead us in word of prayer. Thank you.
Thank you. All protocol observed. Good morning. Let us pray. Oh God, we thank you for the gift of this new day. We thank you for the life and the health you've granted us. We thank you for our families and our motherhood, fatherland, Uganda. We thank you for entrusting us with your leadership of this office and the privilege to serve our country. We implore you to grant us the guidance in the management of this office and during this deliberation, and may the decisions we make serve the best interest of our country, Uganda, and bring glory to your name. In the mighty name we have prayed. Amen.
Can we say amen? Thank you very much. Yeah, we have to say amen for God to take care of our deliberations today, and we thank you, Kamara, for the prayer. Right about now, I want to call upon the Permanent Secretary, Office of the Prime Minister, to come and give opening remarks as we start our day. Thank you.
Right Honorable Ministers, Your Excellencies, Heads of Government Agencies, development partners, distinguished guests and gentlemen, I welcome you to the National Nutrition Dialogue, which is an essential event focused on combating malnutrition and improving the health of Ugandans. Over the next 2 days, we'll evaluate our progress and engage in discussions to achieve clear objectives, assess the current nutrition state, review the Nutrition Action Plan, and strengthen partnerships for nutrition programming. This dialogue provides us critical opportunity for strengthening the enabling environment for implementation of nutrition-sensitive and specific interventions as envisaged under the Uganda Nutrition Action Plan 2. This dialogue targets 250 participants from various sectors, including government ministries, local government, policymakers, development partners, civil society organizations, private sector, academia, in the spirit of the whole of society approach. The dialogue will unfold 2 tiers: a one-day National Nutrition Dialogue featuring the dissemination and discussion of the Nutrition Situation Report and outcomes, of the Third Nutrition Forum. The nutrition status report, right now, has been processed and produced by UBOS and together with all partners. Additionally, we shall have a presentation on the second Uganda Nutrition Action Plan implementation progress, which underscores our commitment to national, continental, and global development agenda. Following this, we envisage to have regional engagements aimed at addressing nutrition disparities by focusing on both poorly and well-performing districts, as shall be disseminated this morning. The regional disparities, the district disparities, we shall then have these dialogues and share outcomes and facilitate planning for the betterment of this country. Right Honorable, we wish to thank all partners for their support, and I wish to encourage active participation as we strive to end malnutrition and promote healthy, productive lives for all Ugandans. In a special, Right Honorable, we wish to appreciate our partners, UNICEF, Cascade Consortium, GAIN, Action Against Hunger, Right to Grow, Civil Society platform, the academia platform, and the business network platform for working together with us to make this event a success. Right Honorable, I wish to request that members here delve into healthy discussions for the betterment of our country, for God and my country.
A big hand clap for the Permanent Secretary. Thank you very much for those opening remarks. They've mean very big to us to guide us as we go ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, we thank you for being here again. Right Honorable Prime Minister, we shall have remarks from the Chairperson, Nutrition Development Partners Group, and this will be represented by UNICEF. UNICEF representative will give his remarks on behalf of the Nutrition Development Partners Group. You're most welcome, Dr. Yoran Wallman. Hand clap for Dr. Yoran Wallman.
The Right Honorable Prime Minister, Honorable Cabinet Ministers, representatives from ministry, departments and agencies, representatives of academic and research institutions here in Uganda, representatives of districts, representatives of development partners in Uganda, representatives of civil society in Uganda, UN colleagues, bilateral agency colleagues, media representatives, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. Good morning. Good morning. Thank you. I see that nutrition has been well taken care of, and the good morning is a good, solid, and forceful one. It is a pleasure to speak here today on behalf of the Nutrition Development Partners in Uganda. during this second National Nutrition Dialogue taking place here at the SPEKE Resort. And I would like to start by truly and heartfully commending the Office of the Prime Minister and the Prime Minister herself for her leadership for organizing this national dialogue to deliberate on critical issues related to nutrition in Uganda. Let us please clap for the Office of the Prime Minister and the Prime Minister herself for her leadership. This is a true indication of the high-level political will for nutrition in Uganda, which is truly commendable and unprecedented. Allow me to also appreciate all partners who have worked hand in hand with the Office of the Prime Minister in the preparations for this important event, and let us clap for them. We are gathered here today as well in order to participate in the launch of the Nutrition Situation Report by the Uganda Bureau of Statistics. And I would like to commend as well the Uganda Bureau of Statistics for this report, which tracks progress on nutrition outcomes that are monitored regularly under the Uganda Nutrition Action Plan. Having worked in multiple countries, that is commendable and unique as well, and I would like us to clap as well for the Ugandan Bureau of Statistics for this report. And the great ongoing work in tracking nutrition outcomes. Again, commendable and unique, and we really appreciate. As we gather here today, we continue being aware of the sobering reality of malnutrition's multifaceted impact on individuals, communities, and the nation as a whole here in Uganda. Whether it is undernutrition, overnutrition, or malnutrition in its various forms, the consequences for children and the Ugandan population as a whole are profound and far-reaching. As we embark on the final year of implementation of the Uganda Nutrition Action Plan that will be ending in 2025, it is vital to remember that still 26% of all children under 5 in Uganda suffer from stunted growth due to chronic malnutrition. That is according to the Demographic Health Survey from 2022. And as per the latest scientific evidence, we know that children affected by stunting are up to 4 times more likely to die from infectious diseases and less likely to perform well in school and later on in life. The consequences of stunting are irreversible and cause lifelong effects. Uganda has made applaudable progress in improving its nutrition indicators over the past 20 years, but still the progress remains less than what is desirable, and still there's a lot of work that needs to be done. And again, we commend the government as a whole and under the leadership of the Prime Minister. Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister, for the work that is being done. I would like to quote some concerning figures from the Nutrition Situation Report. Still, 3% of children under the age of 5 in Uganda suffer from acute malnutrition, with approximately 1% suffering from severe acute malnutrition. The prevalence of underweight, according to the National Bureau of Statistics, is at 10% for children under 5, meaning that still 1 in every 10 children in Uganda has low weight for their age. Still, according to the same data sources, the levels of anemia are persistently high, with 33% of children under 5 and 17% of women of reproductive age still being anemic. These worrying nutrition statistics are attributed to the poor quality and quantity of diets for children. Only 1 out of 10 children are fed on the right diet in terms of quality, quantity and diversity of food groups. The quality and diversity of nutrition for children under 2 years is again a substantial challenge affecting the nutrition of children under 2 years in Uganda today. In June 2024, UNICEF launched the Global Child Poverty Report. The concept of child food poverty has been introduced and is extremely important in many countries, including here in Uganda, to bring the issue of dietary deprivation and poor quality diets in early childhood to the forefront of our efforts to achieve the nutrition targets of the Sustainable Development Goals and the National Nutrition Action Plan here in Uganda. Child food poverty is defined as children's inability to access and consume a nutrition and diverse diet during the first 5 years of life. And to note that according to the data available here in Uganda that we mentioned earlier, child food poverty still affects 1 in 4 children here in Uganda, 25%. In Uganda, millions of parents and families are struggling to provide nutritious and diverse foods that young children need to reach their full potential. There are growing inequities, rising food prices, the overabundance of unhealthy foods which are promoted by the food industry, harmful food marketing strategies, and poor child feeding practices. All results in millions of children here in Uganda being exposed to food poverty. Child food poverty harms all children, but it is particularly damaging in early childhood for children under 5 and especially children under the age of 2, when insufficient dietary intake of essential nutrients can cause the greatest harm to child survival, physical growth, and cognitive development, trapping children and the families and communities in a vicious cycle of poverty and deprivation. In our joint pursuit of accelerating effective nutrition investment, we must recognize the interconnectedness of various sectors: health, agriculture, water, education, gender, and beyond. Addressing malnutrition and food poverty demands a holistic approach that encompasses not only food security, but also access to healthcare, education, sanitation, and social protection. Moreover, we cannot overlook the importance of social and behavioral norms and culture, tradition, and socioeconomic factors in shaping the dietary habits and nutrition outcomes. Any policy framework we devise must be sensitive to these contextual nuances and strive for inclusivity and cultural relevance. To address child malnutrition and child food poverty, the government and its development partners must invest more in the right interventions to improve children's access to diverse and nutritious diets and end malnutrition and undernutrition in all its forms. Collaboration and partnerships are paramount in this endeavor. By fostering synergies and leveraging collective expertise, we can amplify our impact and accelerate our progress towards our shared goal of optimal nutrition for all. As we deliberate today, let us remain mindful of the urgency of our task and the imperative to translate dialogue into action. Let us commit ourselves jointly to tangible, evidence-based interventions that prioritize the most vulnerable and marginalized populations. On behalf of the Nutrition Development Partners here in Uganda, we therefore commit ourselves and also call upon the government to further commit to support the following in line with the Ugandan Nutrition Action Plan. Let us leverage more domestic financing for nutrition intervention, including the procurement of commodities required for the treatment of severe acute malnutrition. Let us jointly integrate nutrition into social protection systems and government programs such as the UWEP, the Uganda Women Empowerment Programs, such as SAGE, the Senior Citizen Grant, to make them more responsive to the food and nutrition needs of the most vulnerable children and the families and communities, including social transfers to protect children and the elderly at the highest risk of food poverty. Let us continue strengthening our data system for evidence-based decision-making for nutrition investments in multi-sectorial national nutrition information systems. That is key. While some efforts are being made, and that is commendable, with the National Information Platform for Nutrition, led by the Ugandan Bureau of Statistics, more investments are needed to ensure relevant nutrition data is integrated in sector data management information systems to support leadership and management policy making and decision making. Let us uplift the whole issue of child food poverty reduction as a requirement for achieving global and national nutrition and development goals, and contribute to the metrics of success in meeting children's right to food and nutrition, and commit resources to end child food poverty. Let us jointly transform food systems by ensuring the food environment, production, and promotion of nutrition, diverse and healthy foods, making them most accessible, affordable, and the desired option for feeding young children, ensuring that the food and beverage industry complies with the policies to protect all children and adults from unhealthy foods and beverages. Let us jointly support the health system with our required qualified human resources to deliver essential nutrition services, including counseling and support on child feeding, and to prevent and treat child malnutrition. And finally, let us fast-track the implementation of the recommendations already made during the National Nutrition Forum held in May 2024, and other high-priority gatherings and convenings that took place related to nutrition. This is all aligned to the Scaling Up Nutrition, the SUN movement, which is a country-led, country-owned initiative that aims at increasing the effectiveness of existing nutrition programs by supporting the national priorities. It is bringing together resources and fostering broad ownership and commitment to nutrition, as we witness today, with all these partners present here today. Right Honorable Prime Minister, the government of Uganda, through your commendable leadership, has continuously demonstrating the highest commendable political commitment for nutrition. We truly highly appreciate, under your leadership, it is clearly easier for us as a nutrition development partners to align behind the government priorities, and we will continue doing so. Further investments in nutrition make perfect economic and social development sense. The economic costs of malnutrition are extremely high in all countries, and we know, for example, here in Uganda, these are estimated that 5.6%, that is according to the Cost of Hunger Study report, 5.6% of the gross domestic products, the GDP, is lost every year due to malnutrition. We also know that the economic returns of investing in nutrition programs are extremely high, and that for every $1 invested, the return on investment is estimated at approximately 16-fold, meaning $16 for every $1 invested. Every citizen, every child has the right to adequate nutrition. And today, the need for improved child diet services and practices that protect, promote, and support good nutrition has never been greater. On behalf of the Nutrition Development Partners, again, we commend the government leadership under your leadership, Right Honorable Prime Minister, and we pledge our continued support to the government for the acceleration and the scaling up of proven nutrition interventions, especially focusing on the most vulnerable children and citizens and women here in Uganda. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A big hand clap for Dr. Yarun Wolman, UNICEF country representative in Uganda. He's a very big person. I grew up knowing about UNICEF, and UNICEF is still here. We are looking forward to the time when UNICEF will just be telling you're doing good here, when those percentages have gone down, when nutrition levels are to the levels that are comparable to the rest of the countries. We want to thank you for recognizing quite a number of players in this field: education, health, water. But Right Honorable Prime Minister, I want to say governance, and I know you do it very well. I look forward to your speech in terms of governance, in terms of kuzukusa, enforcement. Also, we have to have the carrot and stick, I think, in terms of nutrition, because the figures that are here sometimes are worrying. We be here, the other time there was an issue they talked about of diabetes in young children. So isn't that part of the nutrition issues that we have to address? And how would you address the guys in suits like us when we have our children with diabetes because we have not taken care of them? So at this moment, I would like to call the chairperson, Uganda Bureau of Statistics, Dr. Albert Byamsha, to give us the statistics. Please listen to the statistics because they are very worrying. You're most welcome, Doctor. A hand clap for Doctor as he comes over to address us.
Thank you very much, our Director of Ceremonies this morning. Our Chief Guest, Right Honorable Kasule Mumba, representing the Prime Minister, Honorable Ministers present, the development partners and the UN country team present here, the district chairpersons and chief administrative officers present, distinguished members of the various nutrition coordination committees, stakeholders, both in public, civil, and public sectors, all invited participants, and the media. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Albert Byamsha. I'm the chairman of the Board of Directors, Uganda Bureau of Statistics. So I take the pleasure on behalf of the board and management of Uganda Bureau of Statistics to welcome you to this occasion of the national dialogue under the theme strengthening policy decision-making to ensure nutrition for all. Let your voice be heard. The National Nutrition Dialogue is a product of analysis conducted from the National Information Platforms for Nutrition, usually short-named as NIPIN, which was established to strengthen national capacity to manage and analyze information and data from all sectors which have an influence on nutrition. Ladies and gentlemen, the Uganda Bureau of Statistics was established by the Act of Parliament on June 11th, 1998, with a mandate to collect, analyze, and disseminate accurate, relevant, and timely statistical information. And over the years, Uganda Bureau of Statistics has developed data products through various surveys, censuses, and administrative data sources, enabling evidence-based decision-making that guides our nation's policies on socio-economic development. To effectively coordinate the national statistical system in this country and deliver high-quality statistics and services that drive our nation's development, we developed a strategic plan for statistics, which forms the cornerstone of the plan for the National Statistical Development 3, which aligns with our national vision as outlined in the third National Development Plan, and also the global aspirations of the Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development Goals, as well as the aspirations of the African Union Agenda 2063. These frameworks demand robust and reliable data to support evidence-based decision-making. In response, the Uganda Bureau of Statistics established the National Information Platform for Nutrition, which is shortened as NIPIN Analysis Unit. This unit coordinates and consolidates existing information by reviewing reports and publications, followed by analyzing data sets on key issues identified by the NIPIN Policy Advisory Committee, which is housed at the Office of the Prime Minister. Through this integrated approach, we are ensuring that the data informs policies that directly address the needs of our citizens. Today, the Uganda Bureau of Statistics will be presenting the nutrition situation report. I am not going to give you the data now because we are still on, and the unit will be giving you full details of the report, which was developed using data from 3 key sources. The first one is the Uganda Demographic and Health Survey of 2022. The second report is the Uganda Harmonized Integrated Survey of 2021-2022. And the Nutrition Governance Baseline Indicator Census Report of 2020-2021. So all of these studies were conducted by the Uganda Bureau of Statistics. The main goal of the report is to assess the nutrition situation for the period of 2021-2022, analyzing data from sampled households across all the 4 geographical regions of this country, and the 14 statistical sub-regions, as well as 176 local governments. Our chief guest and ladies and gentlemen, as we deliberate on these findings, let us remember that every data point represents a life. That is a child who deserves a healthy start, a mother who deserves access to nutrition, and a community striving for resilience. So the Uganda Bureau of Statistics remains committed to providing nutrition statistics used in making evidence-based decision-making, to improve nutrition policies and intervention aimed at curbing down the malnutrition burden in our country. So we are grateful to the government of Uganda, the World Bank, European Union, as well as other agencies like UNICEF plus other country teams and stakeholders for the financial support provided to undertake the surveys that provide data using evidence-based decision-making. As I conclude, allow me to express my sincere appreciation to the Board of Directors of Uganda Bureau of Statistics and the management for their unwavering commitment to providing strategic direction in the management of the Bureau. So their leadership has been instrumental in ensuring the timely delivery of reliable and high quality data that underpins our national development efforts. I would also like to inform you that the Uganda Bureau of Statistics remains on track to deliver on its promises. In line with the approved census roadmap, which we conducted this year, the final results of the national population and housing population census will be disseminated this month. This milestone will mark a significant step forward in our efforts to leverage data for planning and decision-making, ultimately driving Uganda's progress. So once again, I thank the management, of course, the Right Honorable Prime Minister, now represented by Right Honorable Kasuri Mumba, the Department of Coordination, working together with the Uganda Bureau of Statistics, and I will welcome this occasion, of course, and wish nice deliberations in this meeting as we receive the nutrition report for Uganda. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Dr. Albert Byamsha. A big hand clap for Dr. Albert. Thank you for those welcoming remarks. He has told us that we should hold on for the real data later on by his technical staff, and we shall look forward to that. Ladies and gentlemen, I know you have the program, but we made some small changes, but they are not major, but we are continuing with them. Some we've already experienced them. Dr. Yoran here represented both nutrition and development partners. Right away, we want to go into the financing part. Right Honorable, of course, we recognize the government of Uganda that has done quite a lot in financing the nutrition dialogue, the nutrition activities over time. But at this moment, Right Honorable and Honorable Minister, I want to recognize, of course, other partners in this, of course, UNICEF, CARE International, Cascade, and the Rights to Grow Consortium, and other agencies. But those have been outstanding, that they have helped us to reach this far. At this moment, we've made a bit of a change. We want to welcome a representative of the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. Please come and give your remarks, then we shall let you know, because representative from Ministry of Finance. All right. I think we have a bit of discussion and going on there. Without much ado, we shall have later on, in the meantime, let's have a music interlude. Yes. Yeah, so that we warm up for the opening remarks by the Right Honorable Kasule Lumumba later on, the Chief Representative, Chief Guest and Representative of the Honorable Prime Minister. The culture group, you can join in as we wind down, we take in some of the remarks. Thank you very much. All right. As they come in, of course, you know the drums. You may wonder why we have the drums or the culture group. You will know if your mother or your father did not take care of you very well, didn't give you the drinks, didn't give you what is required, you didn't drum or you don't jump the way you will be watching. So don't ask yourself why we have these guys, but simple representation. A child who's not well fed won't jump very well in the morning. So that's what we're trying to put forward to remind you as you do your day-to-day activities. Thank you very much.
The clap has to be bigger than that because their energy is big. So thank you very much to the entertainment group for giving us that energizer. And thanks to all the previous speakers. My name is Richard Sewachirianga, National Partnership Coordinator at the Office of the Prime Minister. We would like now to go into the next segment of our program, where we shall be listening to the two interventions. We have the opening statement that will be coming up by the Right Honorable Justin Lumumba, who will be representing the Prime Minister, Right Honorable Robina Nabanja. But we also have a statement from Honorable Peter Aimat Lokeris, who will be speaking to us, Minister for Karamoja, and invite the Right Honorable Justin Lumumba. But we also want to recognize the presence of Honorable Grace Mary Mugashi Akiki, who is in the room. Thank you very much for coming and honoring this occasion. Without further ado, let me welcome Honorable Peter Lokeris to make a statement and invite the Right Honorable Justin Lumumba to make her statement. Thank you very much. Please give Honorable Lokeris a big hand. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Guests of honor, Justin Lumumba, colleagues, ministers, development partners, all representatives of all MDAs, ladies and gentlemen. I wish to thank those who invited me to attend this important dialogue. When people talk about nutrition, well, both ends are dangerous. If you are malnutrition, you are on the bad side. If you are also obese, because you are not observing your own character in eating, or doing other things, it is also bad. All of it and badly. So you need to balance whatever you do. And this is important because humanity must exist. If they perish either side, it is not very nice indeed. And that's why when I see the experts here talking about this, I appreciate. Some people say, but why do you look at the foods and the way you behave in your own eating? They think it's not necessary, but very, very necessary. And when we look at the international community coming to participate in our country, they see what is the danger. And those of you who have studied have exactly known. So we must balance this, and it's very important. And because we're a bit late, for me, I don't usually make speeches very long and lengthy because they are straightforward. So my job here is, with the honor, to invite the representative of Right Honorable Prime Minister, Honorable Lumumba Justin, to deliver the speech of the office of the Prime Minister. You are invited, Madam.
Thank you so much, my elder, Honorable Peter Lokeris, the Minister for Karamoja Affairs. And for those of you who don't know, in our Karamojan community, when you are here with him in Kampala and you move to Karamoja, when you get there, he sits on the high table. And when they look at some of us, we are not even near the middle table. We are pushed on the sides, but national politics and governance brings us on the same table. Honorable Peter Lokeris, my colleague, but also my elder, Honorable Mary Grace Mugasha, the Minister of State for Public Service, Your Excellencies, development partners, representatives of the different ministries, departments and agencies, civil society representatives, members of the academia, representatives of the local governments. We have here the LC5s, who prefer to be called district governors, chief administrative officers, and the speakers of the district councils, distinguished guests, media, ladies and gentlemen, I bring you greetings from Right Honorable Robin Anabanja, the Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda and leader of government business in Parliament, who has not been able to make it today, but has sent me to represent her here as part of the team that she works with in the office of the Prime Minister, and particularly on this program. So I'm going to deliver her message straight to you. I'm honored to welcome you to this national dialogue, a flagship event convened by the Office of the Prime Minister and partners. I extend my gratitude to all stakeholders present today, including the Uganda Bureau of Statistics, for their tireless efforts in advancing Uganda's nutrition agenda. This year's dialogue builds on the achievements of the inaugural event in 2022, reflecting our commitment to fostering a multi-sector and evidence-based approach to addressing malnutrition. It is a platform where we reflect on the state of nutrition in Uganda, assess progress, and reaffirm our shared dedication to identifying sustainable solutions for improved health and well-being. The dialogue is especially significant because it draws from critical data sources, including the Uganda Demographic and Health Survey 2022 and the Uganda Harmonized Integrated Survey 2021-2022. These nationally representative surveys comprehensively analyze Uganda's nutritional status, offering insights into indicators that guide policy formulation, track progress under the Uganda Nutrition Action Plan, and evaluate the impact of nutrition interventions. Ladies and gentlemen, Uganda nutrition is fundamental to the human capital development and economic growth. However, as we gather here today, we are reminded of the persistent challenges that threaten our progress. The prevalence of stunting among children under 5 remains as 26%, with boys disproportionately affected at 29.2% compared to 22.9% for girls. Wasting effects of 2.9% of children, while 10.2% are underweight. Among women of reproductive age, 26.4% are underweight or obese. No, among women of reproductive age, 26.4% are overweight or obese, compared to 9.2% of men. Alarmingly, anemia affects 30.4% of children under 5 and 20.7% of non-pregnant women, with regional disparities that demand urgent attention. These figures underscore the urgency of scaling up interventions that target nutrition and health outcomes. Despite these challenges, Uganda has made commendable strides in some areas. Early nutrition of breastfeeding has improved significantly, with 74% of newborns breastfed within the first hour of birth, and the proportion of children meeting the minimum meal frequency has increased slightly to 63.9%. However, dietary diversity remains a concern, with only 28.4% of children meeting the minimum dietary diversity, that is MDD. Our global commitments, such as those made at the Tokyo 2021 Nutrition for Growth, that is N4G Summit, and the upcoming Paris 2025 Summit, emphasizes the need for collective action. This dialogue provides a timely opportunity to reaffirm our commitment, underline efforts under frameworks like the Sustainable Development Goals and the African Regional Nutrition Strategy. By doing so, we are not only addressing malnutrition, but also paving the way for Uganda to achieve middle-income status. Let us work together on issues of climate change, because these have direct effect on issues to do with nutrition, since we are still an agricultural economy. Ladies and gentlemen, nutrition is not just a health issue, it is an economic, social, developmental imperative. Both nutrition during critical stages of growth has lifelong consequences, reducing on individuals' physical and cognitive potential and limiting their ability to contribute meaningfully to the economy. Addressing malnutrition is therefore essential for breaking cycles of poverty and underdevelopment. Achieving good nutrition requires the collective effort of all stakeholders: government agencies, development partners, civil society, academia, private sector, the state and non-state actors, and the citizens. I call upon each of you to embrace this dialogue with the seriousness it deserves. Let us leverage the evidence presented, foster meaningful collaboration, and work towards a future where no child, woman, or household suffers from the consequences of malnutrition. I've heard when the representative of UNICEF and development partners was advising us that we should now bring new guidelines on some of the funds that government sends to the community. And it was particular on the Uganda Women Entrepreneurship Fund under the Ministry of Gender, but also the fund for the elderly, that is the SAGE, still under the Ministry of Gender, that we should advise the communities for these two to pay much attention on issues of nutrition. I take it, and it's very good advice. Let's clap for him. Because when you look at the teams that get this money, the intention is to make them live better and live longer. So let's end childhood food poverty, but also now, with his advice, I add on the elderly food poverty. And we are all aspirants to be elderly. I don't know how many of you now meet the requirement in terms of the number of years you have lived, but given our statistics that UBOS is going to give you, many of us will get there, inshallah. I want to urge you and the Permanent Secretary, Office of the Prime Minister, to give full accountability of the resources that have been spent against activities that we've had together as government and development partners, funds spent, but most importantly, value for money. And we should discuss today on how to improve the situation where we are. On behalf of Right Honorable Binana Banja, the Prime Minister of Uganda and the leader of government business in Parliament, I want to declare this conference open for God and my country. Members, when you come for conferences, this is outside her speech. But we have doctors here who should also advise us better. But my advice is from the political angle and also the social angle. Most of you occupy offices where you are in meetings. And in meetings, you are eating, you are taking sugar. You hardly get up to walk around because of the seriousness of the meeting. You end up sitting for more than 4 or 5 hours, sometimes 8 hours. But when you are seated, take advantage of our presence and the presence of others and clap. Whenever they say clap, clap. And why you should clap, the doctors will explain after my political or social explanation. When you clap, you are awakening and making sure your nerves are also awake, that they don't get tired with you as you are seated. So now the nerve ends are in the palm and below the feet. So if you can stamp your feet, it's good. If you can clap, it's good. So that you don't leave the meeting when you have accumulated diseases to yourself, but also looking at what you are eating on the table. Take all that water that has put for you on the table, because we need the water much more than the water needs us. I thank you.
Right Honorable, thank you very much. First, we want to thank you for delivering the speech of the guest of honor, but also we want to thank you for the wise words of wisdom that you always pour in us. So we thank you very much for both of those. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now have been officially open. That means that when we get to the plenary, all of you will have to speak because now we have a full and open session for this dialogue. We are now going to listen to the technical presentation, and this will be delivered by the representative of the Executive Director of the Uganda Bureau of Statistics, Mr. James Muwonge, who will be delivering the presentation on the nutrition situation report. This report is a voluminous report, but what was done was to provide with a short summary that you would have picked up when you entered. You will have occasion to look at it, but James will give us all the details, and you are welcome, Mr. Muwonge, to come and speak to us. I know the technology is all here, so you should be okay with all the things you need for the PowerPoint. Thank you very much. As the Right Honorable says, please clap.
Thank you. The Right Honorable Minister and the Honorable Ministers here present. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to stand on the existing protocol and say good morning. My name is James Muwonge. I work with the Uganda Bureau of Statistics, and I'm here to share with you some of the highlights from the Nutrition Situation Report. In terms of the presentation outline, I'll briefly talk about the objectives, the background, the methodology, findings in general, and then conclude. The surveys that we do and the situation report has information, but mainly the idea is, information is collected based on national representative household surveys that we do. And this information also includes aspects on nutrition. And the intention in the situation report is to track progress, to see where I've come from and where we are in the spirit of the Uganda Nutrition Action Plan. But also, this report will help us, and also the surveys that we do, to facilitate the randomized impact evaluations of the nutrition interventions in Uganda. Now, as a background, this is the second nutrition situation report that has been produced. The report was prepared by Uganda Bureau of Statistics in collaboration with the entire national SASCO system. And the national SASCO system includes all of us. It's not only the Bureau, but all those agencies and institutions that engage in the production of statistics in one or the other. Now, as it has already been alluded to, this survey or this report is informed by different data sources, the demographic and health survey, the Uganda Harmonized Integrated Survey, and there is also a governance survey that we did on nutrition, and which we together we thought it's important to have all this information in one report to look at the situation of nutrition in this country. So in terms of methodology, I'm not going to bother you with how we analyzed it, whether it's Stata or Excel, but probably let me just go straight to the findings. As I said, these are highlights, and I will start straight out with there are three parts. There is the nutrition status. I will talk about the nutrition sensitive, and then the nutrition specific. Then I will end up delving into the governance aspects of nutrition. Just look at a summary of the main stunting variables, rather child growth variables. If If you look at stunting, I think the Honorable Minister has already alluded to it. That is 26%. Now, this is when you look at those children 6 to 59 months. Okay? But also, we have a provision where we have 0 to 59. So when you look at 6 to 59 in terms of stunting, and the stunting is being short for the given height. We realize that there has been improvements in the number of children, in the proportion of children 6 to 59 over time, looking at 2016 or 2006 DHS up to the last DHS of 2022. Now, in terms of underweight, we also see some bit of progress, and also in wasting, although the improvements in wasting is not as fast as in the previous ones. So wasting is being too thin for a given age, and looking at given the height, one is too thin, the child is too thin, and underweight is looking at the weight in respect to the age. Now, looking at the breakdown, as I said, there is we have been able to analyze 0 to 59 months and also 6 to 59. And when the different measures for stunting, wasting, and underweight, and overweight, because we are also looking at those children who are overweight. Okay. And that's the distribution. Now, there is a pattern as the children grow, but there is stunting picks up at age group 24 to 35. That's where we see a peak of the highest proportion of children who are stunted. And so that's the kind of pattern. But also it has a gender look, because boys are more stunted than girls. And in terms of residents, looking at rural urban, we see that there are more children in rural areas who are stunted, and much as there are also, on the other side, there are more children in urban areas who are overweight. Okay. But of course, the proportion is still low, but that is, as the Honorable Minister has indicated, we need to start also to think about overweight as well. I think technology now. Okay, thank you. So we now look at the distribution of stunting and wasting across the sub-regions. We see Karamoja having the highest proportion of children who are stunted, almost 44%, those who are wasted. So not only are children highly stunted in Karamoja, but they also still wasted in terms of wasting, being too thin for a given age, and also being too short for a given age. And so when you look at the distribution, Chigezi, Tor, and Ankole follow suit in that order. Now, looking at overweight and underweight, we see that being underweight. So they have the multiple deprivations in as far as nutrition indicators are concerned, not only in terms of stunting and wasting, but also in terms of underweight. And then we look at the distribution across the other regions. And as you can see, that's the summary. Now, we again look at stunting and wasting in terms of looking at the wealth aspect. So there is a welfare aspect to the nutrition status of children. And so children in poor households are more likely to be stunted and wasted than children in non-poor households. Now we look at anemia. Anemia is actually low hemoglobin levels, in the blood, or sometimes they call it low blood among children, and we see that there is a pattern here. And the pattern is there's an increase in anemia levels in terms of proportions in all regions except Western. Okay? So that is what we see comparing 2018-19 and 2021-22. We also look at the low birth weight. Now, low birth weight is all those children who are born when they weigh less than 2.5 kilograms. And looking at the period 2018-19 to 2022, that's the kind of pattern that we have. In terms of regions, we see again that regions, there is an increase in a number of regions in terms of number of children who have low birth weight. Probably this is again a problem that we probably discuss and also try to address. As you look at be it Western, be it Central, and even Northern, we see, apart from probably a bit of North between 2020 and 2022, but there is some increasing trend. Now we also looked at anemia among women of reproductive age, that is age 15 to 49, and looking at those who are pregnant and those who are not. And we realized that those who are not pregnant have a higher levels of anemia. But also in terms of regional distribution, we see that there are regions, northern region, apart from Western, where the anemia levels declined, there seems to be an increase in the rest of the regions. We also look at the nutrition status of men and women overall. And in terms of underweight and overweight, now the measurement is the body mass index. The normal weight is 18.5 kilogram per square meter, between 18.5 and less than 25. Those who are below 18.5 are underweight. And those who are between 25 and less than 30, they are overweight. And those who are above 30, they are obese. And so that is the pattern. And that's how it is both in rural and in urban areas. And we see women are more overweight than men. And although men are more underweight than women. And so in terms of region distribution, we see that almost half of the women in Kampala are overweight, either overweight or obese, and compared to other regions. And so looking at the distribution, of course, it's not surprising, Karamoja has very few, given that it has extreme cases of deficiencies in nutrition in the other indicators. For the men, we also realize that most of the men who are underweight, again, not surprising, it's consistent with earlier, that in Karamoja, almost 44% of the men are underweight, and followed by TESO. And the trend is as demonstrated on the screen. We also looked at information on hypertension. This was based on measurements taken, and as you may be aware, there is systolic and then diastolic, and the normal one is 120/8, but for purpose of analysis, hypertension levels were taken as 140 and above over 90, and so that's the pattern, that's the trend of what is happening. So I'm not sure whether the effect of COVID could have caused an increase, but maybe the panelists will tell us, or further analysis will be able to tell us what could have caused this increase in the prevalence of hypertension. Now, we look at the nutrition-specific indicators, which really focuses on those areas that directly, relate to nutrition. Now, as per the guidelines of Ministry of Health, a child in early initiation, a child should be breastfed within the first 1 hour. And so when you look at the proportion of children who are breastfed within that period, we have about 81, 82%. And there isn't much difference between rural and urban. Although what is seen is that there's an increase over time in the number of children who are breastfed within the 1 hour, after delivery, after being born. Now we also have the Honorable Minister, Right Honorable Minister talked about the minimum dietary diversity and also the minimum meal frequency. Now the minimum diversity, there are a number of food groups that are recommended. We have about 8 food groups that a child should have at least 5. And the issue is, ideally, a child should be breastfed for the first 6 months as per the guidelines. But after the 6 months, in addition to breastfeeding, they should be given some meals as well. So we look at the diversity of the different foods in the first graph. And so the recommendation is that if a child can have at least 5 to 8 food groups. And of course it varies given the age groups. In terms of the meals, the idea is for children who are 6 to 8 months, of course they should be given at least 2 meals. In addition, breastfeeding is a constant. And then 9 to 23 months, slightly more, 3 and more, as a minimum, so that they are able to gain and grow as per the trend. So that's the trend. As the Honorable Minister indicated, 63%, only 63 meet the minimum meal frequency. And now when you combine the meal frequency and the diet diversity, then you have the minimum acceptable diet, because this is a combination of the two. And that's the trend that we have. And so it is, the overall is not very good. We also look at the minimum diet diversity for women in the reproductive age. And although it shows a general increase, because as I said, the health status of the women impacts greatly on the children. And so we looked at also the extent to which they meet the minimum dietary diversity requirements. And so it shows you the distribution by region and by residence. And overall, nationally, we look at 18%. And in the Western, we see about 26% in 2022 compared to the earlier year of 2019-20. The report also highlights the micronutrient intake among children 6 to 23 to look at the extent, kind of foods that they have consumed, whether they are rich in vitamin A or they are rich in iron in the past 12 or 24 hours. And the regional distribution is as presented on the screen. We see West Nile having more of vitamin A rich foods consumed in the past 24 hours, and also for the iron. But the distribution, as you see, there are regions where it's quite low. I see Lango, I see a bit of Chigezi, there's some improvement, but it's still low. Deworming, as you know, children are given deworming tablets or deworming treatment to treat or to guard against some of those elements that may also, again, feed on the diet or the nutrients that the children have. And looking at the pattern, there has been some improvement, although maybe not as significant, but at least the trend is in the right direction. Now, previously we've been talking about individuals, children and women and men, and now we look at the household in terms of meal frequency. And we see that almost half of the households in the rural areas have 2 or less meals. And these meals include breakfast is considered as a meal. So majority have 2 and less meals a day. And when you look at the distribution, that's the pattern, where they have, northern region, almost half of the households have 2 or less meals a day. Now, looking at the child care, we also, the report highlights, the extent to which measles and DPT-3 coverage has been done in the area of vaccinations. And for measles, there's more or less no change. 95 and 94, probably not so much change. And similar DPT-3, because we're looking at full vaccination. So the question was on DPT-3 focus. So we also see a slight improvement, but not that much. But, these 2 were identified, and I think at least they are, more or less going to universal. We also investigated children whether they had diarrhea in the 2 weeks preceding the survey, and we realized that in urban areas had more children reporting diarrhea in the 2 weeks preceding the study, and central and northern regions were particularly more prone to this kind of children being reported compared to other regions. Now, in terms of management, we look at those who actually had diarrhea and how long it took to provide them with oral hydration salts as an initial remedy. And we see that in urban areas, in 1920 compared to 22, there are fluctuations. And it seems they are more active in the previous 1920 as compared to 22, because most all the the indicators are lower in 2022. Now, fever among children, looking at those children who reported having felt sick and suffered from fever. And here it's not malaria because it's fever. So malaria is when actually they have tested and verified that it's fever, having at least the guardian or the mother reporting that fever, the child had fever. And the proportion is at national level, it's about 26%, and more or less the same as it was in the previous survey. And in terms of regional distribution, Northern has the highest, and followed by Eastern region. And this is consistent with the malaria surveys that we've been doing, because Northern and Eastern have fairly high prevalence rates. Now we look at the nutrition sensitive areas, and in these ones, in the survey, in the census that we recently conducted, there are a set of questions that we ask about food security or food insecurity. Now, all these questions combined gives us an indication of the extent of food insecurity in the country, and that's why I call it food insecurity experience scale. It is a set of questions, and what you see is that again, Karamoja comes out as being the most food insecure sub-region. Looking at the bar, it has the darkest, it has a very short blue portion, and that's the pattern as you go across the sub-regions. Now, in the same surveys that we do, when you look at how much households spend on food, the food group, because there are different groups, food and non-food, but we realize that more than 40% of the household expenditures spent on food and largely staples. And you realize that plant proteins and animal proteins take a very small, fairly small percentage. And in terms of the nutrition interventions, I think this is an area where we have to also think of how do we encourage, or what should we do to make sure that there is also growth in these other food groups, in areas of animal source foods and fruits and vegetables, so that probably we balance the staples with these other proteins and nutrients, because they are equally important in our lives. We also asked for those children 6 to 12 years who are in primary school, whether they are provided with food at school. And the distribution is, as you can see, by both residents, rural, urban, and also in terms of region. Central region has reported the highest percentage of children having meals at school, and Western reported the least. In terms of access to improved water sources, now improved water sources, we look at tap water, borehole, protected wells and springs. So those sources that to some extent are improved may not necessarily be safe, but they are improved sources. We see that urban areas have better improved water sources compared to rural areas, but also in terms of regional distribution, we see that Eastern has fairly, compared to the rest, but it's not 100% yet, but Eastern seems to have performed a bit better. looking at time it takes and the distance to the water sources, following the guidelines, we see how those who take less than 30 minutes to reach the water source. It has more or less remained the same. We are talking about 65, 66% of those who take less than 30 minutes. And those who walk less than 200 meters, or 0.12 a kilometer, we still see there's not much difference between the different surveys that we did. The estimates are still the same. Now also look at sanitation aspects. I remember during COVID, there was the urge, the campaign that all of us, we need to, first of all, don't shake hands, but also wash your hands as many times as possible. And so there are questions as to whether people wash their hands, after using the toilet. And so what we see here is nationally we still have a very small percentage, of households using soap and water to wash their hands. Okay. Probably what we did mention, there are those who only use water only. But I think the key thing is soap and water. So the percentage are still very low, as you can see. Probably across they are less than 10%. Okay. Maybe it's in urban areas where there is some bit of increase, but it's still generally low. And this is basic hygiene. Okay. So looking at the kind of toilet facilities that we have, and rural areas look at improved toilet facilities. Now these improved toilet facilities include the flush toilets. It includes toilets with VIPs, ventilated improved toilets, pit latrines. It also has the eco-sands, all these improved facilities, including those traditional toilets but with a slab, because it cannot actually be able to improve or to clean the surface. So looking at the distribution, there is some bit of increase, but we are still far from, looking at the distribution across the regions. Central has slightly higher, bit higher than the rest of the regions, but I think we can still do better. Now, we also carried out a survey, because one of the arguments under UNAP was that we could be looking at the indicators of stunting, wasting, and so on, but probably there could also be governance issues around nutrition that may also be slowing down progress in the area of nutrition programming. And so we did a nutritional governance baseline survey to try to see, to capture some of the basic governance aspects. And as I said, the idea was to try to find out, those aspects that impact implementation of UNAP, which are governance related. And so we covered all the UNAP 2 implementing agencies and administrative units. We reached out to as many districts and regional and municipalities, including KCCA, as is posted on the screen. Now, looking at the establishment of nutrition coordination committees, so that's the distribution. We look at those where they are fully established. We also look at those where they are fully represented in the respective departments, and you can see the percentages. We're also looking at whether these members are oriented and they know the terms of references or what they are supposed to do. And also to look at whether those committees, they are focal persons that are designated specifically for nutrition, and whether or not the nutrition coordination committees exist. And so that's the distribution. And that's how it is. Okay? So we just have about 30% where they are fully constituted and the focal persons know what to do and everything is going on. So we still have some work to do. Now, this one a bit surprised me that Karamoja has the highest in terms of governance and priority actions, in terms of the structures. But when you look at the other indicators, they don't seem to match with the governance aspects here. So maybe the experts in the room will guide us on maybe what could be the issue. But that's the distribution. And in some areas, there are zeros. They don't exist at all. Now, looking at the monitoring of nutrition performance through local government assessments, half of the districts included related their data to their annual assessments. So maybe others did not, or maybe that is an area also could be able to discuss whether if they are annual assessed, maybe there will be, the motivation to actually follow through what's going on within the districts and the cities, municipalities also inclusive. So we looked at also the status of the nutrition coordination committees, and that's the summary of the attributes of the implementing MDAs in terms of the proportion where the NCC exists as guided by UNAP2, and whether they have actually appreciated, they know what they are supposed to do, and whether they do annual reviews. So that's a summary of what we got from that exercise. Now, is also a problem. So malnutrition yet, just 30% of the district nutrition committees. Of course, Karamoja has a nutrition action arrangement, seems to be working well. I thank you, and thank you very much.
Yes, once more, let's thank Mr. Mwonge for a very insightful and in-depth presentation of the nutrition report. I think it's clear that there are a number of areas that we need to work on as a country, and hence this dialogue. Before we give everybody a chance to say something about these findings, there are a couple of other presentations. One is we are going to watch a short video right now, and after that short video, our colleague, the UNICEF Nutrition Manager, will say something in terms of key messages by UNICEF. And then after that, we shall open up for a plenary discussion on these findings, but also the statements that you have heard so far. So the video team, please go ahead.
This is Nabilatuk village, a community in Karamoja sub-region of Uganda where child malnutrition remains a significant challenge. But here, at Nabilatuk Early Childhood Development Center, a small but impactful intervention is making a big difference in the lives of young children. Meet Tekino, a 4-year-old boy who, like many other children in Karamoja, faced the risk of malnutrition. His family struggled to provide balanced meals, and as a result, Tekino had not been growing as expected. Tekino was introduced to the Early Childhood Development Center's nutrition services, where his growth and development were closely monitored. Trained staff identified that Tekino needed additional nutritional support and immediately took steps to ensure he received it. The Early Childhood Development Center staff provided Tekino's family with a complimentary feeding bowl to help them measure the right portion sizes and prepare nutritious meals.
Halu ko kintonyo
MUNYONYO lera katagana keneta etinga de kidana kuan keshulu so anamu jalu dadang ani sabinga yokoku ile muni yokara idiborane ila pion kan kape kori ila pion kan kaune wana kintangi la inyo so ani de yonga da ningun yela inine babe angila pion kan kape baka angila pion kan kauni yela ine makina yok kiwaka kimuji paka yela inungol.
This simple tool made a big difference, ensuring that Tekno received the right amount of food at each meal.
Kolongotek etanu sedangi de ngamuja nguna etanire ane eguni UNICEF ikitani dua akidim ngamuja nguna gelegele nguna be itiki mujangi be itanire za to kana nkwezi ata Tekno adongete na UNICEF alakara.
Since receiving support, Tekno has shown remarkable progress. He is healthier, more active, and participates in activities at the Early Childhood Development Center with energy and enthusiasm.
It's really amazing to see how Tekno has transformed. Tekno used to be withdrawn and quiet, but nowadays he smiles and plays.
The success of the nutrition services at the Early Childhood Development Center has extended to many other families in the community. Parents are now more engaged in their children's nutrition and health, thanks to the knowledge and the tools they have gained.
We now know how to use feeding bowls and mark tape to monitor our children's health. This has given us power to prevent malnutrition in our homes.
Thanks to the support received at the Early Childhood Development Center, Tekno now has a brighter future. This success story is just one of many, showing how simple, effective interventions can transform lives and build a healthier, more resilient community.
I'm sure Right Honorable will say that's not enough clapping. Please clap properly because it's good for your health. But I also want to say that while you saw the video, don't think that we only have the video. We have people from these regions in this room. So at this point, let me recognize the presence of our colleagues from the LC5 chairperson of Kabong. I don't know where he's seated. There he is. The cow of Abim. From Tungamo, we also have a representative. Where are you? And then Kabarole, Namutumba, Kole, Kasese, Napak, Bushenyi, Butaleja, Omoro, Kamuli, Isinjiro, Ruchiga, Ajumani, and Nebi. And this is just a sample. And the reason we have done that is to let you know that this discussion on nutrition is not just a Kampala-based discussion. We are actually ensuring that all our colleagues from all around the country are part of this. And the event itself is being live streamed, so we even have an online audience that is with us in this regard. So without further ado, we are going to ask one of our presenters who is online, Mr. Zach Fusheini from UNICEF, the nutrition manager, who is going to share a few key messages, and then after that we shall go into the plenary. Over to the technical team to bring Zach online. Over to you, Zach. You are welcome to speak to us. Zach, you are muted on this side, so just give us a moment to sort that out technically, and then technical team, let us know when you have Zach's voice on, and then you can start.
Can you hear me now?
It's okay now. Please go ahead, Zach.
Great, thank you. The chief guest, the Right Honorable Prime Minister, represented by Honorable Justin Kasule Lumumba, Cabinet Ministers present, the Chair of Development Partners Group and representative of UNICEF, represented by Yaron Wallman, other dignitaries present, all protocol observed. It's my honor to add my voice. It is my honor to add my voice to present some few key messages to what my good friend James has said.
What we shall do, as we allow the technical team to sort this out, test out, Zach, we are going to come back to you. Give us a moment to sort out, because we can't hear you in the room, but we can see you. So for now, I will open the floor for any questions, reactions to both the statements from the different persons who spoke, as well as from the report that was presented by the Bureau of Statistics. You can put up your hand, and a microphone will be brought to you, and then you can say something. The idea is there are many things that Mr. Mwonge has pointed out, and we really don't want them to go unexplained or unanswered. He talked a lot about Honorable Ekeris's region as having a number of extremes in terms of the statistics, but also an gender differentiation on things like weight, with men being underweight in some places and overweight in others, and women being that, the spikes in hypertension and many other things. But I don't want to be the discussant. Kindly, by show of hands, if you can let us know who wants to speak about these findings. If you have a question or comment, you are welcome to do that now. There's one at the back. Please go ahead. Introduce yourself, since we didn't do a full introduction, and then you make a short statement.
Thank you so much. We thank the government of Uganda for convening us here for this wonderful dialogue, and the partners. I'm Sembata Bernard from Scaling Up Nutrition and Food Security for Youth, Adolescents and Children Civil Society Network, and coordinator for VINASEF as well. We thank you for the report from WUBAS. However, I'm concerned. I've not gotten in depth. Maybe the report can tell us further when we get it. To the children that are affected by HIV, and yet they are also malnutritious within within the programs. We need to see that as segregation, because you can't realize that children may today not die even of malnutrition, but even, of HIV, but malnutrition. But we want to see the children that are infected by HIV. The data also bring out the young people that are being affected by HIV and also facing malnutrition challenges, and especially those at a tender age, even those that give birth at a childhood age. We need to see how that data is bringing it out, and we find a way how we can address it further. Together, we can reach far. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Yes, there is another hand. Okay, on this table.
Thank you very much. All protocols observed. My name is Mary Gino. I'm the district chairperson, Kabong. I want to add my voice to thank Office of the Prime Minister for this national dialogue and the presenters, especially Ubos, and also the representative of partners, the nutrition partners in this country, for the insights into the nutrition of this country. When the Right Honorable Prime Minister spoke, and I was looking at this publication, there were some discrepancies, which I think next time we should have everything tally, especially when the Prime Minister is presenting, the information should be tallying with what is provided in the book. You talked a lot in the presentation, almost Karamoja actually asked the medal for issues to do with nutrition in this country. And my expectation was that the Bureau could have gone further actually to tell us, go deeper and tell us about some of the districts in the region that are doing very badly. Because for us, through some of the programs like ProAct project that is being funded by the EU and implemented by World Food Program and the FAO in Karamoja, I think we are making strides, but malnutrition still remains a big challenge. I'm talking about a district like Karamoja, I mean Kabong, where I'm the chairperson, where in 23, malnutrition was at 23%. And then 2022, we were at, 2021, 23, 2022 we were at 23%, 2022 we were at 19.9%. Then now, information from just last month, the report from last month says we're at 16.6%. I was expecting that maybe some of this information could really come out so that we know where the problem is. We know where the problem is. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, and for the statistics you've shared. We will then, we'll take, yes, I see more hands have come up. Please come, okay, yes, please go ahead. And then we shall come to this table and to the table to the front before we go to this side of the room.
Thank you. I am Johnny Diwesariko, the district chairperson of BIM District Local Government in Karamoja sub-region. Now, Karamoja is doing well in terms of nutrition governance, according to Mr. Mwonge, but doing badly in other areas, like 26% children are stunted, then 3.2% children are wasted. Now, my question to Mr. Mwonge is why then is the region doing badly in these areas, if not of lack of resources? Because you agree, you say at the district level, there are those committees, the nutrition government is okay. Why then are they not doing well in those other areas? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, we'll come to the front table. Please come this side. There's a hand here and a hand on this front table, and then that one, and then we'll move to this side. And by that time, we shall also know if Zach is ready to speak.
Thank you very much. I'm called Pius Minganisa from Ministry of ICT and National Guidance. Thanks for this dialogue and the report presented. It was very impressive. I wanted to make a comment in regards to how we sit in terms of policy and nutrition. They seem to be having a big gap in between. Because for example, when I think about policy, I wouldn't think about nutrition. Nutrition is so much at the extreme end in terms of impact, in terms of people. One of the areas I'd like to see this report and how it can be implemented best, it's focusing on human capital development, but we should look at some areas which are like information and knowledge capital in terms of development. That means the information, they are saying that most of the institutions are not having proper information and data in terms of management. And because nutrition is not about food, essentially what I've learned from this data, what has been represented. It's about the information about what to do and when to do and how to deliver this food and how to manage the food to these people who need it. We say a voice to be heard, but also the information to get to these people whose voices are not being heard is the challenge we have. And I think the approach which you also was presented, the macro sector, the OPM is using.
Yes, can you hear me?
Good initiative. I think we could partner together as government to have this carried forward. Thank you.
Testing.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for this excellent dialogue and for the really wonderful presentations. My name is Jeanette Williams. I'm the country director of Welthungerhilfe, a German NGO. My question is perhaps to you, boss. Thank you so much for sharing the data and congratulations to everyone on some of the achievements and improvements. My question is related to the gender discrepancy that seems to be there, and if you have any information on why boys seem to be lagging behind in some of the nutrition indicators, or if any research is being planned to find out why, so that we could jointly address that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that's a key question. Yes, on this table, there are two hands. Let's take them, and then we'll come to this side of the room.
Thank you. I'm Grant Philomonda, Chief Administrative Officer, Butaleja. The presentation so far we have received relates a common sense that nutrition challenges related to poverty. But I would wish in this dialogue to get critical issues that which generates these challenges of nutrition, so that we can have a harmonious discussion on how to go about with it. That is what I expected to hear.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, your neighbor on the same table also needs to speak.
Thank you so much. Muhindi Bukombe refers my name, District Chairperson Kasese. I want to appreciate the presentation that has been made this morning, and I want to thank the Office of the Prime Minister for ensuring that we are here for this discussion. I was wondering whether the people who are handling the data in regard to nutrition were also conscious of some of the factors that would bring about this challenge. In Kasese, we have noted that one of the challenges is as a result of people not having land where they can cultivate food for consumption. One other challenge has been that people are not even aware of what they are supposed to eat. Even when they are producing food, is all sold. The other issue is in regard to preparation of food. Whereas people have food, have they prepared it the right way? We have been seeing a challenge when we talk about nutrition. We are only just struggling to see what we put on nutrition. We are only relying on donor funding. Whereas the ministry has made it very clear that we can use 2% from DDEG funds, this has not been brought to reality. And some of the committees are not functional in some areas, because we have committees right from the district up to the village levels. But you find in some other areas, it's only the one at the district level that is functional. And therefore, the issue of information sharing is still a big challenge. So if we are to move an extra mile, we need to address these issues that are seen to be factors contributing to this challenge. I submit.
Thank you very much. There were a couple of hands on this side. We'll start with the extreme there. But colleagues who haven't been picked, there will be another round. So don't mind. This is not the last session. This is the first session. Microphone is off. Can you help with that?
This junk helicopter. Thank you very much, the chairperson. My name is Ben Anyama, district chairperson at Jumani district. I want to appreciate your boss and OPM for this second dialogue for nutrition. I want to comment on them. However, arising from the presentation by your boss, I think we still have a lot to do. Here, it is realized nutrition is multi-sectoral, meaning it is not only health issue. As it is not only health issue, meaning the nation has not been well guided. And I'm hearing there is one person from ICT ministry. I first want to propose that nationally the population should be guided about nutrition importance. Otherwise, all presentations are pointing at that once children get stunned, meaning there is no chiwa. So there should be national guidance, is my first proposal. The second issue is about information and knowledge about nutrition for all. It is realized in this presentation that many people do not know more about nutrition importance, meaning many people are thinking nutrition is a health issue. Whereas it is health issue as such, there is a need for the government to also redirect policies. For example, restructuring, structures of health. When you see the structure of health in the government, like in the districts, you'll only find only one nutrition officer in the whole district, meaning this cannot do enough in order to address nutrition issues. The last one is the issue of refugees is not clearly captured here. I want this dialogue to address the issue of refugees because, for example, the refugees are not having enough land. Even the money given for refugees, only 14,000 per month, I think, cannot cater for issues of nutrition. Therefore, there is a need to discuss the issue of nutrition in totality. That's my submission. I thank you.
Thank you very much. I've been informed that Zach, our colleague from UNICEF, is now ready to speak. So, because he has some points which are actually going to enrich the debate and discussion. So what we are going to do is we are going to pause and ask that the team puts him online. He makes his presentation. It's not a very long one. And then we shall continue with our plenary. Over to you.
Good morning, good afternoon. Can I be heard?
Yes, we can hear you. Here it is good afternoon.
Thank you so much. Still morning at where I am. It's a privilege to join this meeting. Chief guest, Right Honorable Prime Minister, represented by Honorable Justin Kasule Lumumba, Cabinet Ministers present, the Chair of Development Partners Group and UNICEF representative represented by Yaron, and all protocol duly observed. I'm here to add a bit of a message to what James, my good friend, has presented to put us in perspective of the discussion that we have here and deconstruct the technicality that has been talked about so far. Let's move to the next slide. Yes, please, let's move to the next slide. Thank you. The chief guest, as we sitting around and where you were coming from, where your vehicle was driving you through, you might have seen one of four scenarios, or maybe at the marketplace, in any other place that we are. Last week, one of us might have seen a child who you might have wondered why this child is too thin. In other words, the child, when you're looking at the child's weight compared to the child's body, you realize that it's too thin, what we say the bony child. If you don't see that, you might see a child who you're wondering is too short for the age that the child is, either from the family or from anywhere else. If you not see that in the market at your home, you might have seen a child who you are worried that the child is too big, in other words, too fat, which sometimes we look at it to be a child who is well fed. But when it becomes too big, then it is also a problem. So these are the three visible forms of malnutrition we've been talking about. It's either a child is too thin, a child is too short, or a child is too big compared to the weight. Then there is one component that normally we don't see. We walk around. Sometimes it is within us, which we call the hidden hunger, because we can only feel it through the nature of the work, our productivity, the brain functioning, etc. That is how we look at it. And this form what constitute the overall malnutrition situation that we're talking about, both the undernutrition and overnutrition. Next. So the picture that is painted around your surroundings, that has been talked about, James has mentioned so much on stunting. Which is basically nutritionist technical people will tell you, you measure the height of the child, then you compare with the age of the child, and then that tells you if a child is stunted or not. It is both a past deprivation, but also a predictor of future development, which we will see. We have what we call the wasting, which is a thin one, and this is where it becomes more deadly. Children who are wasted, they are up to 11 times likely to die if nothing happens. And this is quite much worrying. That is why a lot of investment is put in treating those children. It's quite the most deadliest form of malnutrition. Then we have the overweight, which basically is a threat and also something that leads to things like diabetes and other complications that we have. The hidden hunger we talk about, which is the micronutrient deficiency, look much more about the iron deficiency, iodine deficiency, etc. And this constitutes the triple burden of malnutrition. Next. So now, before we get into the key message, Honorable Prime Minister, when a child is born, it matters so much the first 2 years. Nutritionists will tell us the 1,000 days window. That starts from pregnancy up to 2 years. Why is it important? During this period, a child's brain develops the fastest ever in human life. About 75% of brains are developed at that stage. During this period, every second, the child is developing what we call the neurons. So there's connectivity of the brain that develop into cognitive, etc. So every second, millions of that is developed. And then the height of the child is the most rapid in human development, about 75% increase, which is higher than any stage in life. The weight almost quadruple, that is 4 times, it multiplies. No human stage in life can have that. And then we already have majority of the cognitive development of the brain developed. And that is why this is critical. That is why science is critical. That's why we need to deconstruct it from nutrition. It's about human development. Next. Now, I want us to take these key points, whether you are sitting there as a nutritionist, as a policymaker, as a businessman, etc., take away that stunting has different dimensions, different phases, and different definitions. You don't need to say stunting is about a child who is too short for the age. Stunting, you can look at it, and when you say stunting is chronic malnutrition, it's a recurrent nutrition that resulted into that. If you say it is a risk factor to mortality, you are right. That is what stunting is. If you say my understanding of stunting is that it is a marker of inequalities in human development, you are also right. If you say it is also a failed cognitive potential, that is the ability of children even to learn, you are right. If you cannot pick it and you say stunting is about a sign that children in the country are not developing, it is not about nutrition, you are right. If you say stunting basically has deprivation, in other words, it shows about the challenges, physical, mental, psychological challenges children face in the past, you are right. That is the definition of stunting as well. You can also say stunting basically means a future predictor factor. It predicts the future of a child, the future of individuals, their ability to be productive, to be progressive, to learn, etc. Of course, stunting is a development and health indicator. In almost all development programs, you will see stunting finding itself in there. Of course, stunting is money, Prime Minister. It is huge resources, and it's already talked about by the UNICEF representative. You've also highlighted it. That is what stunting is. It goes beyond nutrition. Next. Now, James has projected a picture. Honorable Prime Minister, what I want you to see is the fact that we have a worrying trend in 4 regions that you need to watch out and look at how to accelerate development in those regions. James has mentioned regions like Kigezi, Toro, Ankole, and Karamoja. They are, in nutrition terms, we say they are above the emergency threshold. That is the highest level you can define in terms of severity of stunting. And this needs to be a watch out. Next. Now, how are we faring? Can we go back to the previous slides? Yes. Our chief guest, Uganda has made progress, has been highlighted by James and by the chair of the Development Partner Group. If you look at the prevalence, in other words, the percentages of children, Uganda is one of the countries called exemplar countries that has made progress in reducing prevalence of stunting. In fact, over 40% as of 2000 to now less than 30% in 2022. This is a remarkable improvement that Uganda has made, and you need to be commended for that. I add my voice to the UNICEF representative to commend you on that. But Prime Minister, I want you to have a second look at the same graph. Despite the fact that you have made progress as a country in reducing stunting, the number of children who are stunted are not reducing. And this is worrying, partly because of population increase. And if we're talking about stunting and what it means to us in all development aspects, then we need to worry as a country that though we're talking of percentages that are reducing, the number of children remains the same, around 2 million over the years. That is stagnated. The more worrying for Uganda to consider is the fact that if you look at the global trends, over 55 million children are brought out of stunting. In other words, stunting has reduced from around 200 million in the 2000s to now the world is talking about 148 million children. So they are reducing the numbers. But for Uganda, which is looking at the trends, we are not reducing the number. It remains the same. So there need to be some policy decision to look at how we can improve on that. Next. Why do we have stunting? It has been said severally, but I want to point out 4 critical factors that are driving these processes. We have the public health emergencies, the COVID-19 that hits the world, the Ebola in Uganda, and now the mpox. they are all driving the stunting effort. We know, and scientifically, it was determined that the COVID is adding over 6 million stunted children in the world, of which Uganda was among. We also know from studies that food inflation, rises in food prices, increases stunting. And this is also quite much more worrying. There is evidence that when food prices increase, it has a risk of increasing stunting. Of course, we already know that there's 9% going to be increase in global acute malnutrition. And for the severe form, it is 14%. So if you see food prices in the market changing and fluctuating, then know that it is just bringing additional child into the numbers that we have for stunting. And that needs to be some policy decisions on how we look at control the food prices and make food available. Now, the next part is which the chair of the development partners has highlighted more about child food poverty. UNICEF has done quite extensive study and came out that for children who are severely food poor, we have at least 34% likelihood of stunting getting in. If it comes to wasting, 50%. And Uganda, as I said, severe food poverty is 24%. This is quite a bit worrying also, despite the progress that has been made. And these are all numbers that are adding to the stunting numbers that we have next. The last aspect that is also driving the stunting agenda that Honorable Prime Minister, you need to take a critical look at in making a decision. It's a climate change. It is real. And the climate crisis is a nutrition crisis. Already scientific studies has also just come out to tell us that by 2050, there's going to be additional 40 million children who are going to be stunted, specifically due to climate change. This is global level. Now, in sub-Saharan Africa, the estimate is telling us that 10 million children by the same duration is going to be stunted, in addition to those we already have. That is worrying, and it needs some decisions by countries to reverse the climate change and ensure that we drive stunting away on us. In Uganda, if we come home, it is real. For 3 years now, since 2022, there have been a sustained historic high increase in malnutrition. You've just heard James about stunting. We know when it comes to even child wasting, it has maintained at highest level without coming down due to the changes that we have seen. Next. One thing, Honorable Prime Minister and Cabinet Ministers present, for your decision making, we know from the latest statistics that James has presented that majority of women or females who are short, in other words, they are below 145 centimeters, are coming from adolescents. They are largely women between 15 and 19 years. These are the highest. The rest are quite a bit low. And they are driving the stunting agenda because of the intergenerational effects on stunting. And we need to do something about it. My good friend, Bernard and colleagues, they just came out with a research in Uganda, groundbreaking research, that shows that every other adolescent is producing a stunted child. Every other adolescent. That is 50% of the children born by adolescents in Uganda are stunted. And that is where the driver is. So if we're making policy decisions, political decision, programmatic decision, Honorable Prime Minister, let's have a second look at how our intervention can target adolescent young mothers, including the issue of teenage pregnancy, including also the consideration of the fact that children who are reaching the complementary feeding stage after 6 months, they started getting stunting, and that's where it became much more rapid. Data in Uganda tell us that already 10% of children are born stunted. So that means that the mother has a role to play, the nutritional status of the mother. But then when you jump from that, between that 6 months and 2 years is where majority of the stunting occur. And that is why James, statistics was telling us that the highest level is around 24 to 35 months, because which age group is feeding those 24 to 35 months? Is the age group below 24. They are feeding the numbers into those groups. And Honorable Prime Minister, you need to consider this in your decision-making process. Next. We set a target, and Uganda, congratulations, you're part of the Sustainable Development Goals and World Health Assembly target for stunting. Analysis that came out, we know that Uganda has made much more historic progress in reducing stunting, and that is acknowledged, and that is why it is highlighted as green. And congratulations to Uganda on that. That means that you have made high effort. With a caveat, despite the effort that being made, the data is telling us that few countries, including Uganda, need to make more extra effort than the current effort being made to be able to bring the numbers down. Next. Now, there are three choices, Right Honorable Prime Minister, for you and cabinets and decision makers to look at how we can bring down this number. Which numbers do you want to bring down? Next. There is a scientific projection that has brought us to 2030 on how countries are going to look like in their effort towards stunting reduction. And for Uganda specifically, the current rate, you are reducing stunting by 3.5, average annual reduction, that is 3.5 every year. And that if you're going to maintain this current rate, you're going to reduce stunting to 17.2% by 2030. And what it means is that you're going to reduce stunting to 1.5 million children, which is remarkable. However, this does not help you in reaching the SDG and the World Health Assembly goal. So that is one choice. Let's maintain the current one. We will reduce stunting to 17%. We'll have 1.5 million children instead of the 2 million children who are stunted in Uganda. But we are not going to meet the target that we set for ourselves at the global level. The second choice, you can decide to now move from the current 3.5% annual reduction to 5.3% annual average rate of reduction. And that means putting more investment into it. And when you do that, you're going to have by 2030 stunting reduced to 12.5%. And when that happens, what it also means is that you're now going to have just about 1 million children who are stunted, from 2 million moving it to 1 million. The good news about this choice is that you're going to meet the world target that you have set for yourself, the SDG target, the World Health Assembly target. So this second option presents you to reduce the numbers by about 1 million children, but also to meet your SDG WHA target that you have set by reducing the numbers. And I think this is a good choice. Now, you can have a very ambitious choice of saying we want to eliminate stunting in Uganda. And this is possible. In other words, eliminating stunting means that you are going to bring it to below 5%. What do you need to do? You now need to make sure that you have the annual reduction move from 3.5% to 10 every year. And that can get you there. And if it gets you there, you're going to have stunting below 5% in Uganda. You're going to have stunting basically reduced to less than even 500,000. And that is the best case scenario. These are three choices I'm leaving for you, Honorable Prime Minister and the Cabinet. Next. There are some smart investment we can make in Uganda. The first one I will suggest is that let's have what we call the double duty action. We have seen presentations that overweight is increasing, more children and more children. Now, not only even in urban areas, but also in the rural areas are getting overweight. but we still have the stunting that is still extremely high. We still have wasting that is also there. And evidence has shown that we have stunting that coexists with overweight, that coexists also with wasting in communities, in some regions, and sometimes in the same household. So you need to tailor interventions to make sure that interventions that address stunting will also have that ripple effect to the other two. Next. Another one you can consider, Honorable Prime Minister, is to look at when do we need to put most of the interventions in the life of a human being. The early life matters. Every intervention, the more you target the early childhood, the better the return of investment you're going to get. And it's the same thing for stunting. Uganda, one of the observations is that the stunting already occurs by age 2 years. So if you're going to put more investment in nutrition, why not we put most of the investment to children 2 years and below, and then to the women? And that can be much more smarter in reducing stunting than just generic targeting on investment. Next. What can we do? What are the enablers? I think the chair of the Development Partners Group already highlighted this. Just to echo that voice that let us adopt the systems approach. And the system approach is a nutrition sensitive and nutrition specific approach, because the nutrition specific sensitive approach is telling us that if you improve each sector's objectives, then you end up automatically improving nutrition. But evidence shows that it doesn't normally work that way. It only works when the system, when they come together as a system, they interrelationship, they talk to each other, they add some nutrition outcomes in there. So that what Ministry of Water, for example, is doing is having a nutrition lens onto that. And they are targeted nutrition indicators that need to be measured. The same for Ministry of Trade. The same for Ministry of Agriculture, etc. That is why distinguish the system approach. We need to have one system, not sectors working to achieve their own goals. The engagement is critical, but what is also needed to be highlighted is innovation. We're living in a world of technology and innovation. We need to get a better way of channeling food to children. Thank you and congratulations, Honorable Prime Minister, for launching the No Time to Waste in May this year in Uganda, where you're going to look at egg powder, for example. That has shown that it can reduce stunting by 47%. Such innovations, getting eggs into a powdered form, for example, that can reach every child, that will be able to be conserved a little bit much more than a fresh egg, is an innovation. And there are many other innovations that you can do, including even partnership. Let us not forget about looking at our humanitarian response with a development lens because of the nexus that exists. Next. Yes, chair of the Development Partner Group and the UNICEF representatives already highlighted this. The system matters. The social protection system, the food system, and the health system, they have huge potentials in making a difference. And we need to pay particular attention to them, Honorable Prime Minister. If we're able to use this system, including the two other systems, the education as well, then we will be able to get good diets for children, and then ensure that the system provides services for the children, and ensure that if the services are provided, the children and household are practicing better nutrition, we're going to make a difference. And that means improving the quality, improving the food environment, improving the practices. Next. I will end, Honorable Prime Minister and Cabinet Ministers present, in your decision and investment case purposes. You have a good case in Uganda to invest in nutrition and to make pragmatic decisions, right decisions that are specific. You have the Uganda Nutrition Action Plan that is well developed, one of the best documents you can see in the world. That is well costed. And when you look at your plan, for 5 years, you needed to invest 3.2 trillion into nutrition, the systems approach, not only in one system. So including health, the agriculture, the local government side, the Ministry of Trade, water and sanitation, education, etc., social protection. That is what it entails. This transfer about 890 million. And that is your plan that you have costed, which is well done. If you able to put this money in, Honorable Prime Minister, you are going to get in return 27 trillion shillings. Imagine putting 3 shillings and getting 27 trillion shillings. In other words, putting 890 million only, and you're going to get 7.5 billion in 5 years. What investment is much more smarter than this? And that's why the African Development Bank call it the grain matter investment, and they're investing in that because the return to the economy is quite huge. And I leave you with this message and this reflection for potential investment and for your decision in moving nutrition in Uganda high. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak and to add my voice to the data.
Thank you, Zach. Thank you very much. A big hand clap for Zach again. I've seen those who have not taken the Honorable Prime Minister's advice. If you're not clapping, you're not, you're having some nutrition issue. We are just going to take a few issues. We had stopped somewhere there, like 2 or 3, and then we continue. We have there's some remarks also and responses from the panel and the Prime Minister and the team. So, yeah, colleague over there.
Thank you, the MC, for giving me the opportunity. My name is Henry Mwebazi. I own one of the schools around Nigeria here. I was wondering whether the UBOS report captured the nutrition situation in schools, because you may be aware that out of 9 months out of 12, your children spend all that time with us in schools, and you may be aware that because of the economy, which is biting, most of these parents have to sell most of the food items at home to raise the millions of money that we charge. And therefore, we were wondering maybe how we could have the nutrition inspectors in schools and put a torch into our kitchen and see how much we are preparing for your children. I was speaking with Madam Commissioner, Nutrition Minister of Health here, Madam Namkose. She seemed to suggest and approve the kind of that engagement. Thank you very much. Maybe UNICEF could also follow up. I was begging if Madam Commissioner could comment on that matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have, are you giving straight the mic to another person? We of course, I was looking for a lady, a mother at that, to give some comments. But yes, then after that, then we go to the chairman, Bushenyi.
Okay, thank you very much. Samali Namkose is my name, Assistant Commissioner, Nutrition Division, Ministry of Health. First of all, I would like to appreciate the presenter. The report that has been shared, we appreciate, and members, this is a reality on the ground. And I'm happy that we are here as many stakeholders really to discuss those practical local solutions that will help us to change the landscape of malnutrition in this country. And I want to say that yes, we can. Commenting on what my brother has raised, I want to say that school nutrition in the schools is a very big challenge. And as he has highlighted, these children spend most of the time at school. You can count the number of days that you stay with your children at school. So this really needs to come out, and I want to say that we need dedicated force for nutrition, people who are there to offer nutrition services. And I want to inform the meeting here that we have universities that are churning out nutrition cadre. And over the past month, we have been engaging Ministry of Public Service to ensure that we have these cadres in place that can deliver quality services at all levels of service delivery, including institutions. And we are not looking at only schools, even the hospitals, the prisons. We need really to look at improving nutrition in these institutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, as Chair Bushenyi is right there coming on, I must say that we shall take responses. We shall also have responses from the side of lead of government business, as represented by Right Honorable Kaswir Mumba. We shall also have statements later on, and then we shall make recommendations later on. So we are taking your views and what you picked from here, and then we shall carry. So don't think that we have not had a chance for each and everyone. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm called Basajawara Wajafar, the district chairperson of Bushenyi District Local Government. Part of this, and Bushenyi being invited to be part of this dialogue, to me, I see it is very important and prudent. For us as Bushenyi, when you look at one of the factors that affect our people as far as nutrition is concerned, for Karamoja, you talked about the issue of food insecurity. For us in Bushenyi, we don't have that problem. The problem or challenge that we have include, among others, selling all the foods that we produce. As you understand, most of you who have been to Bushenyi, we have abundant food, but the problem we have, as mentioned by one of us, is selling all the food to get tuition for the kids. So for us, since we are looking at the strengthening policy, we need to have a policy to see how best we can compare these schools to charge less and even have our people. For us, as Bushenyi, we are making some bylaws and ordinances to make sure that at least they have a viaji, which is commonly known as granaries, to make sure that at least we have food that are controlled by government. Two, we have an issue of breastfeeding. And I understand we have scientists around this workshop. Breastfeeding is well known as one of the best as far as nutrition is concerned. When you look at the 6 months that are required for a kid or a child to be breastfed, you find that for example, government gives only 60 working days as maternity leave. Since we are having you, the Right Honorable Prime Minister, as the leader of business, I think it is prudent to us as government extend that period. Last but not least, Mr. Chair, is a problem of having a problem of how to prepare and eat food. For the case of Bushenyi, we've been having a lot of food, but how best can we take it as far as balanced diet is concerned is also a problem. Lastly, I want to add my voice on the First Lady, who happens to be the minister responsible for education. We are having problems in schools. Pupils and students study on empty stomachs. So we need to make sure that at least we provide either a policy or a rule that compels most of the parents to make sure that at least they provide food, either packed food or pay for it in schools. On that note, I want to thank TIDE and SNV from the Royal Embassy of Netherlands, which are helping us to make sure that at least one of our schools, 100 of them, are provided with milk in schools.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. We are taking one extra. How do I balance this? There's a lady there, but you have already, okay. We shall take the two and then make it snappy, make it short, because we're also getting into nutritional issues because of the time. I thank you.
Thank you very much. By names, I am Okelo Douglas Peter, the district chairperson of Omoro District Local Government. I want to join my colleagues, the chairperson, in appreciating you, boss, for this situation report on nutrition in the country, but also most importantly, I want to observe a few things that came out from the presentation. Number one is on the nutrition governance structures in the local governments. I want to appreciate government and the ministry that there are new administrative units that have been created in this country. But with the support of UNICEF, the traditional administrative units, the nutrition governance structures have been formed, trained. But the new administrative units in the local governments that we have the nutrition governance structures, but there are still gaps in terms of their training and capacity building so that they support the local government and government in data collection, among others, so that as local government, we comprehensively address these nutrition-related issues within the local government. Number two, our fountain of honor, the president, has emphasized on diagnosis of the problems, and as leaders, we are social doctors. I have been linking the presentation from UBOS and also the findings. And it also came from UNICEF, the population growth rate in this country vis-a-vis teenage pregnancy and early marriages in this country. That also links and leads to malnutrition. This equally needs to be addressed comprehensively because it did not come out very clearly from the presentation. Finally, my colleague, the chairperson, raised it. The Minister of Health has introduced what we termed as the breastfeeding initiative. How is the BFI contributing and supporting government along line of nutrition? I beg to submit. Thank you.
Thank you. The lady and behind there. Sorry, I must say that in the event that you have, you can also write them down. We shall have panels, we shall have discussions later on and discuss this in detail. But we must conclude the first sessions. So let him say, let her say something. I will also ask the minister in case you have any statement to add on. And then let her, I said her, say something. Then we shall close yeah, please carry on.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Claire Atkunda, Program Manager, Food Rights Alliance. I would like to inquire if the report took scope of the state of micronutrient supplementation among women that of reproductive age that are not pregnant. Given the high levels of anemia that we are recording, it would be critical to know how far are we going to sensitize, but also to ensure that all women of reproductive age take the necessary micronutrients that are needed for them to produce children that are healthy. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this that is very serious issue. Any issue that we have said, any issues that did not come through the presentation, or what you think should come on board, you can write it down and give it to our technical team. We shall address it. I would like to have any from our ministers who are available. If you have anything you want to add on the presentations or your area, especially for public service, someone said 60 days given to ladies. Yeah, 60 days given to ladies may not be enough. 60 days. So yeah, that's I was reporting the way he said it. Minister may want to clarify it. If you have, can I get a microphone so that one issue, because you've obstructed my next action.
One, quite snappy. The presentation by the person on the Zoom was diagnostic and remedial. That is, it was giving the causes and the solution is. I beg we share that presentation on our email. Two, this is a multifaceted matter, nutrition. It affects health, agriculture, trade, and the rest of that. May I suggest through the Honorable Prime Minister a formation of NNA, National Nutrition Agency. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. National Nutrition Agency. That's what he's suggesting, Honorable Prime Minister.
Wow. We are rationalizing and someone is proposing another. Oh my God. Yeah, thank you very much. I'm called Grace Mary Mugasa, the Minister of State for Public Service, but ex-official member of Parliament, the former mayor of Hoima. And here on this table, we are asking ourselves a question of why? Why? Because if you are telling me that, actually I want to make my submission also in terms of discussion before I come to the 90 days. We are asking ourselves, you report that we have women are more obese than men, and we are asking ourselves why. Because that did not come out clearly in the report. That people in the urban are overweight than their rural counterparts. Why? We need that why question to be answered by the technical people here. Why? 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 Why can't we answer that? Then when you finish the why, then who is affected? We should know that. And who is responsible? Because you are the one supposed to inform policy. You guide the political wing to inform policy. Then when are we supposed to do what? Then I was also asking myself, what can we do? What can we do? So we really need to strengthen policy decision making to ensure nutrition for all, but those questions should be answered because you need to guide us. Then, because if we are not well guided, we don't do deliberate investment as government. We may think that this one is less important and we don't put it on the priority list. But you cannot develop, as a country, you cannot develop human capital without proper nutrition. It was elaborated by our presenter who was online. You cannot have bright people if they are not well fed. You cannot have proper human capital development if people are not well fed. They will be stunted right away. And with stunted people, they will have stunted brains. And with stunted brains, you cannot have a well-developed economy. Now, how many nutrition officers are seated in this room?
By show of
How
hands,
many?
nutritionists.
You can even stand up because I can see you are very few. Nutrition officers. Ah. Uh-huh.
Thank you, thank
Are
you.
they based in local government? We are here at who is from local government? 1, 2,
We have two
3,
here, 3, 4, 5. The others who are seated,
Okay,
please.
the rest
Can you
are from the central, from the partners. You sit down. We want to see from government. From government, local government actually, particularly. Local government.
nutritionists from
Only
local, please
local
stand up.
government, yes.
Can earn yourself an
Oh
extra.
my God. Yeah, thank you.
Thank
you
you,
very
thank you.
much. We have very few nutrition officers in local governments because they are not prioritized when they are customizing their structures. They are not allocated money to be recruited. Even those who are there, they are not given a budget to sensitize people. They even don't go on radio. How will they disseminate information? We need to budget for them. And as Minister of Public Service, we are going to make sure now we strengthen our guidance to local governments to recruit nutrition officers and make budget provisions. About our babies, our mothers. I think we really need we have many issues. There are some women, more especially the young people, who don't even want to breastfeed. Are you aware? That they don't want their breasts sunken, they don't want socks, you know? They really have not yet embraced motherhood. They refuse. Even when you give them 10 months as leave, they will not breastfeed. So we really need to change the mindset of such young mothers. And in government, the policy is 90 days. 90 days. I don't know, 3 months? 3 months as maternity leave. It is 3 months. But I've noticed that there are other institutions in government, for example, police, where they will give a mother only maybe 1 month or a few weeks to, I don't know the problem. I think we shall discuss that because it should be cutting across. A mother is a mother, whether you are a police officer or you are an army officer, a mother is a mother. So we need to discuss that at policy level. But let me also talk about that we need to handle this topic as a whole of government approach. Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Education, mention it. Even we would be having representatives from finance because if we propose policy, we need money to implement. So, if we have aflatoxins, if we have medicines used in agriculture, we really need guidance from agriculture. Now, if we are having roadside restaurants, are you aware that that one needs also to be regulated? Why are people consuming food from the roadside? That means they don't want to cook at home. Either they are lazy or it is a lifestyle, but they don't know what they are eating. They even don't know what they are eating. I think we really need to think outside the box and help our people to have proper nutrition. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Peter Roquez, charge of Karamoja Affairs. So we have also had Karamoja here.
Thank you, thank you very much. The presentation well done, the research well done. Now, Karamoja is a victim. Why? You know, the Karamojong are naturally tall people, except those who live on the mountains. They are very, very short, but very strong. I don't know whether being static is the same as being short. when you look at some short ones, they are too short for life. You say, what do we do with them? So when I look at the two, I said, I think that's just nature. But where are the Karamojong looking the way they are? We really regret. Karamoja used to be a very nice place during their time of primitivity. When we were born, we were seeing people with big buttocks and walking very elegantly. Now, you find children with big stomachs and very small bodies, and you get worried. Then for me, as a person who has been there, I said, the only problem which happened really was due to insecurity. You would find the animals have been taken, people don't, their mothers are not happy, everybody else, and therefore the children miss a lot of nutrients. And that's why they are small. Our kids really is security of the area and the provision of food. Those of us who walk on flat lands, like most of you, the flat lands allow people to grow the way naturally. You find them very elegant, and women become very fat, because it looks women get more fatter than men, according to your reports. So ours insecurity. For the moment we have various sources of food which have been reduced, the Karamojong will come back. Our women like their children. Not those ones who say, we love our breast to be standing. Why is it standing if you have accepted a man? He must fall. That's natural. Why do you say, I don't want again something else which you have already decided to agree to have? So that one is very, very serious. So stability to us is the most important thing which we are all doing. As of now, the region is experiencing peace. And the moment it comes and they settle, those stomachs will disappear of small children. Now, since this is a very good policy which we should really develop, I concur with those who say, why don't we have our own votes in the districts so that we post extension workers to all the districts to start with. Then we may move to localize it in the form of parish development model so that they have become many. Because it is very important to build a human body which is healthy everywhere, in the mind, in the heart, everywhere it needs this kind of resources, food, balanced diet, so that you get a person who can really compete in a class. Because when they defect anywhere, the body is not fully developed. It is not all. So I think we shall go back and follow this. We shall support, some of us, we are here ministers, shall support the development of a comprehensive policy where people are sent to go and disseminate information about nutrition, good nutrition, at every level. And to me, I'm convinced, I'm indeed very happy to have been here, but I will go and tell the Karamojong that they are saying that we are becoming very small because of insecurity, which we cause by ourselves. I'll tell them so that they also come up. Next time when you come, you find those big unnecessary stomachs of children have disappeared. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable. As I call upon Right Honorable, I must say that one of the issues, Right Honorable, that you also address is that one of the issues that we came in the planning side, since I represent planning, is that the consumptive, earmarking nutrition budgets as consumptive expenditure. So because the nutrition is definitely spends on that. So we got challenges, especially at local government or government implements those things. Some of those things need to be addressed. The other issue is the issue of government, especially mothers. Mothers, nutrition is for all mothers, being private sector, government sector. So we need the guidance there, the political guidance in terms of, because you said police gives maybe 1 month, some entities give just days. So we need a discussion in that regard. These are my few picks. On that note, I would like to call our leader, our guest of honor, to come. I think when you address these people, they will get the authority very well. From here, allow me to pick you from your seat. I apologize for that, but that's most important that you address your gathering, right honorable.
Thank you so much, our moderator and MC. I want first of all to thank those who have presented, those who are here and those who are online, but also those who are following us online. It is a sign that the issue we are discussing concerns all of us, and we appreciate them. They've given us statistics, you have raised issues. I'm not going to respond to all issues. And I also want to thank my colleagues who have raised some issues. And some of these issues are issues we should take on after here. You've raised the issue of inviting all the ministries. The Prime Minister's invitation invited all of those people you are talking about because it concerns all of them. But from what you have raised, let's look at the issues. Most of the issues actually fall under creating awareness. Creating awareness. I was told when I was getting married that part of the causes of divorce is we women tend to know a lot about marriage. But we keep quiet and we don't want to talk. And we assume the husbands know what we know. By the time you talk, you're just bursting and it's too late. Yet you should have talked early, should have talked as things were occurring so that you don't have to bottle up. So, this is also what is happening. We assume that people know. People don't know. Because when we talk about nutrition, it's not about eating too much, eating a lot of matoke, or eating a lot of posho. When it comes to nutrition, what are you eating? So when you are here saying people sell food, selling food is not bad. And that's why we are saying, for whatever you are growing, whether it is cassava, whether it is maize, whether it is matoke, you have the element of a calculation, a chibaro, as the president keeps referring to it, chura, so that you are able to sell, to have some economic value behind it. So as you sell food, what are you selling to buy? Buy what you don't have. Like those from Bushen, you have the bananas, you have the matoke. When somebody is selling matoke, one should sell matoke to buy mukene, silver fish, so that, because that's the most nutritious for the children. And it's not there in Kasese, I mean, well, in Bushenyi. So, selling food to buy what? To benefit your family, to benefit your pregnant woman. Are you selling to buy something else? So, we need now to create awareness beyond what we have been doing. We should not assume. When it comes to Ministry of whether State House under the Ant Fisheries Unit or Ministry of Agriculture under the Fisheries Department, when they wake up and say, no fishing, silver fish, do they know the implication on the growth of the children? Because that's the most nutritious we have in the country. Of course, add on peas and whatnot and beans, but they don't get to the level of the silver fish. So we needed them here so that we get to know exactly what the Ministry of Health will be telling us, so that Ministry of Agriculture, we are the center, and you in the local governments and in the private sector, we agree so that we improve on coordination on some of these areas under the office of the Prime Minister. I'm not lamenting that they are not here. I'm just showing you the challenges we are faced with as leaders in our capacities, whether you are a state actor or a non-state actor. So, the issue of recruitment of staff, the specialists, she has talked about it. But we also need now to put more effort in the, you know, where I come from, they say, what a child knows is what we talk about. You remember the Mwana Mujimu? Who was there during the time of Mwana Mujimu? At least, do you know Mwana Mujimu? That was the nutrition project in every district. And was it up to sub-county level? Or it was stopping at district level? Because when you would take a malnourished child, or when the community development worker has been able to identify such a child, there is where the child is referred and is attended to based on the intensity of the problem, and then the child goes back to the community. But we have not we stopped it because we are shook. Everybody knew. So it is now on a very small scale. We need now to bring back that, because this one is showing us, the statistics is showing us that when we make progress in terms of percentage, the numbers remain because the population is growing. Then we have also the issue, you have raised transform food systems and improve food security. Yes, we have the issues to do with the parish development model, the different programs to make sure we improve on the household income, the MIOGA, the grants under the Microfinance Support Center, the different loans to make sure we improve on agriculture, like the agricultural credit facility under Bank of Uganda. We have also the GROW project, which is to help women boost their income for those who are doing something, but also not forgetting the 4-acre model. That is really emphasizing the issue of living space to grow food. We have now to look at the other side of how people prepare food. How do people prepare food? We have some communities, especially in Bukedi, where they don't prepare food to get ready because they don't have firewood enough to prepare the beans and the peas and the cowpeas. But the Ministry of Energy is distributing the gas to the community, but it is so small, not commensurate to the demand at hand. Of course, not forgetting the risks of using firewood to cook in terms of climate change, but at the same time to the health of the person who is using the firewood. So it is something where we need to put a lot of emphasis and a lot of efforts, especially we at the coordination table in the government. Then you have also raised the issue of expand access to improved water and sanitation. This is so important. We ought to have picked this lesson from the COVID-19, but when it was giving the figures to do with hand washing, we have then again gone down because we had gone up to 75%, but we have gone down. So we need also to, back to the other issue of create awareness, we need to put more emphasis on this, because what happens when people don't wash their hands, the mother and those who are tending to the children, but also maybe the children themselves, they get problems to do with the disease that make them lose water, whether through the skin, whether through the other outlets, and we get also challenges of these stunted children. So we need also to put much emphasis on what is supposed to be the obvious, like hand washing, together as government and also non-government actors. The issue of the consumptive expenditures, that we have always put these issues to do with nutrition under the consumptive expenditures. This project, yes, is under the office of the Prime Minister, but majorly funded by the donors. And you have also told us we should put much emphasis on having it funded by government. It was presented by the person the one from UNICEF, on behalf of all the other donors, and also on behalf of UNICEF as one of a key partner I work with. I think we have to look at this and take it to the next level, because it also involves a lot of information sharing, like we are here. So if you are they are to get a budget, they would begin with these workshops, fuel, and those are the ones they call consumptive. So we should now look in details, the details of what we call the consumptive. Is it really consumptive, or we are denying other people information and also the opportunity to go and do their work better in the communities? Issues to do with the breastfeeding. We need to promote breastfeeding. Like I said, we should not assume, like women assume in marriage, like we assume in marriage. Because what is happening, Ubos may not have told us. Those who we think know are the people who are not breastfeeding. The educated girls are the ones who don't want to breastfeed. Now, the young women in the villages who may be semi-educated or illiterate, those are the ones willing to breastfeed, though the milk is not readily available in terms of quantities and also the ingredients in the milk, because of the other side also feeding. So, in your offices, public service, chief administrative officers, tell these young girls to breastfeed. Don't assume because he has a degree knows. No, let's not assume. Because the girls don't want to breastfeed, breastfeeds for 1 month and says, that's enough. Maybe if it wasn't part of their education, can we also improve on the maternity so that when they go, there is also that component of educating them, the advantage of breastfeeding. But also now, Ubos, you also have to come to give us, maybe you'll do that after this, when it comes to HIV/AIDS, the prevention of mother to child. Now that even those who are born, the children who are born with HIV/AIDS are now the mothers. How do we handle that? We need scientists also to advise us on this matter. Have we gone that the bodies have built enough defense that even if the mother breastfeeds, it will not be transferred to the child? That requires scientific explanation to us who are not scientists. Lastly, I wonder how many of us here who have never been stunted at any single time in our life. From the explanation they gave us, you may have been stunted, or one may be stunted at some time, but then when he gets proper feeding, we'll overcome that. So don't lose hope, even for those who are stunted. Once we take a decision and we go out to act as a team, as a group, we shall be able to overcome this. We remain committed as government. We called you here because we know the problem is on. We cannot manage it as government alone. We need the support of the development partners, but at the same time, we need also you, the non-state actors, because you have played a very big role in this area. Let's clap for the non-state actors. So, together we shall be able to manage this with the different programs of government and the different programs under the development partners, but also from different programs by the private sector, the civil society organizations. We can make a breakthrough, and tomorrow we jubilate and say we made it when we have no stunted population. It is so expensive and costly to have a stunted population. Actually, you can't develop when you have a stunted population. And when it comes to food, if one is not even sure of the next food, never talk about development to such a person, to such a brain, because there will be nothing to think about except the next meal, nothing else. I thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, another big hand clap for the and the Right Honorable Minister. Before you leave, we just wanted one photo with you here at the front. And you will be joined by the district leaders, our development partners, the permanent secretary, representatives of the permanent secretary here at the front. Please come because the Honorable Minister is leaving. So colleagues, please come. NPA, our panelists, the ministers, please come to the front. The OPM staff, the local council leaders, please come to the front very quickly. The minister has to leave. Very, very quickly before we have, it's going to be right there. Yeah, so you can stand in the middle and then ministers will stand in the middle and then everybody else come to the back. Come to the back, come up here to the podium, up. Yes, the local council leaders, please. The LC5 chairpersons, please. Yes. Stand where the photographer can see you. And the OPM staff who are, yes, please. Don't go too far away, go down if you are challenged. We are sure we are not going to talk about stunting when we are talking about photos, so, yeah. So photographer, please go ahead. Are you ready? Okay. Right, thank you very much for the photo moment. We want to thank the Right Honorable Justin Kasule Lumumba for her time. I want to thank the Honorable Lokeris and the Honorable who have been here with us. Thank you very much. It is now time for lunch. It's 5 minutes past 2, about that time. We shall return in this room at 5 minutes to 3. So at 3 sharp, we shall start our afternoon session. Please make sure you are back on time because we want to have engaged but also very focused afternoon session. Over to the cultural group to usher our ministers for lunch.
bano bukyajinga.
This guy's in love with you. Yes, I'm in love. Who looks at you the way I do? When you smile, I can tell we know each other very well. How can I show you? I'm glad I got to know you, 'cause I've heard some talk. They say you think I'm fine. This guy's in love, and what I'd do to make you mine. Tell me now, is it so? Don't let me be the last to know. My hands are shaking. Don't let my heart keep breaking, 'cause I need your love. I want your love. Say you're in love with this guy. If not, I just die. Tell me now, is it so? Don't let me be the last to know. My hands are shaking. Don't let my heart keep breaking. My heart keeps breaking, 'cause I need your love. I want your love. Say you're in love with this guy. If not, I just You see, this guy's in love with you. I'm in love with this guy.
If you're feeling sad and lonely, there's a service I can render. Tell the one who loves you only, I can be so warm and tender. Call me, don't be afraid, you can call me. Maybe it's late, but you call me. Tell me and I'll be around.
there's somebody thinking of you. I'm the one who never hurt you. Maybe it's because I love you. Call me. Don't be afraid, you can call me. Maybe it's late, but just call me. Tell me and I'll be around. Now don't forget me, 'cause if you let me, I will always stay by you. You gotta trust me, that's how it must be. There's so much that I can do. If you call, I'll be right with you. You and I should be together. Take this love I long to give you. I'll be at your side forever. Call me. Don't be afraid, you can call me. Maybe it's late, but you call me. Tell me and I'll be around.
Hello, hello, hello. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm telling you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. That's good to hear. That's better. I think it's about time we resume. Can we take up our seats? Then we find a way of going through the program because our time is being consumed day by time. So I really want to welcome you back from the lunch that you've had. And according to my watch, which is the most correct watch, it is already 3. So we need to get down to business. We have 3. Our afternoon session is a bit packed, and we need to find a way of managing it better. So I don't know whether we can have some people really mobilizing people to come back so that we can really start in time. Yes, let's get back into the hall so that we can get started with the next session. Kindly resume your seats so that we can be able to start. again. Susan, resume our seats. Members, please come into the hall. Kindly enter so that we resume our session. Hello. So I think I have quorum. The good thing the Bible gave us a very good quorum, where 2 or 3 are gathered, the Lord is present, isn't it? Now that we have some sizable number of people in the room, I think we can begin nutrition discussions. Amina? Very good. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome you back to this afternoon session. My name is Marvin Senkungu. I work in the office of the president, but I'm so much interested in nutrition, not because I love food, but because we want the best for our country. So I'll be taking you through the afternoon session, and this afternoon session is a packed one. You know, we all came for a nutrition dialogue, and a dialogue involves communication, isn't it? Are we there? Very good. So dialogue means that we listen, people talk, and then we also give feedback. So members, in this afternoon session, we are going to have 3 critical panel discussions where we are going to discuss majority of the facts that were presented to us within the first session of today's program. So our first panel discussion will be basically one where we shall have experts discussing on the nutrition situation report that were presented, and that session will be moderated by Dr. Winnie Navido from the National Planning Authority, who is already with us. Doctor, you are very welcome. A hand clap for her. Yes, so the other panel discussion will also revolve around
the role of district local governments, and this will be moderated by none other than Miss Immaculate Daisy Yosa, who will be the moderator. Is she around? If you're around, please stand up. Yes. Lovely. You're welcome. Okay, I'll clap for you. You know, in this culture, when you clap at night, they say the claps bring fire and the other people come. But this is during the day, so don't fear clapping, isn't it? Yes, don't fear to clap. So the other panel discussion will be on selected indicators and drivers relating to nutrition, and this will be moderated by Dr. Peter Lukundo, who is a senior lecturer at Chambogo University. Dr. Lukundo, are you around? He's not yet here, but he will join us in the due course. So ladies and gentlemen, let's try to leverage on time. We've kind of taken much of our initial time. So, and we want to benefit from the presence of our Honorable Minister, Minister of State for Public Service, who is still with us. So let's get the gears rolling and ensure that we kickstart our afternoon session. So join me to invite Dr. Winnie Navido to come and introduce to us the panelists that are going to join her. And I request that we utilize the time available. We really want to end all these panel discussions before 5. Doctor, you're welcome, and those hand claps are yours.
Thank you very much, Marvin. I want to stand on the existing protocol. The Honorable Minister of State for Public Service. I have the honor of moderating this afternoon's first expert session that will focus on the nutrition situation report, but giving it the lens of policy orientation. So this afternoon, I'll be joined by a panel of experts. My first expert is a senior lecturer in the Department of Pediatrics and Medicine in Makerere University. She's an honorary senior consultant pediatrician and adolescent medicine practitioner with over 20 years of experience in pediatrics and adolescent medicine. Ladies and gentlemen, join me to welcome Dr. Sabrina. My second panelist is a nutrition specialist with over 20 years experience in nutrition policy and governance, and she's also the current president of the Nutrition Society of Uganda. Join me welcome Her Excellency Nelly Birungi. On to you. Kindly join us here. Thank you, Nelly. So my third panelist works with the Office of the Prime Minister, a senior government officer in charge of coordinating nutrition issues in the country, and specifically it's the one in charge of coordinating nutrition across government. Allow me to invite you, Mr. Boaz Musmenta, to join us here at the podium. That hand clap is for Uncle Boaz Musmenta. Thank you. My fourth panelist is an assistant commissioner in charge of policy and planning in a key sector of government that is responsible for, that is in charge of agriculture, animal industry and fisheries at the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries. Allow me welcome Mr. John Okirori to join us at the podium. Mr. John Okirori, on to you, sir, kindly. And we have a mix-up. If you kindly take this chair, sir. John, would you kindly sit next kindly to Dr. Sabrina. Thank you. So I'll fire the first question to you, Dr. Sabrina. Based on the data, Teso sub-region is doing well with respect to nutrition, with respect to low anemia, low stunting. So we would want to understand from you, what insights can we draw from Teso sub-region's ability to maintain the low levels of anemia and stunting despite high poverty rates when compared to other regions in the country? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Winnie. Good afternoon, everyone. I think I'd say that Teso sub-region would be considered as the Mediterranean diet of our country. As you all know, the Mediterranean diet in the world is considered one of the best diets because they have fruits, they have nuts, they have cold meat, they have fresh meat. And I think that the Teso sub-region has a good culture. I am not from the Teso sub-region, so if you hear me praising them, don't think I'm from there. But the Teso sub-region has a really good culture where they feed a lot on millet, they feed a lot on simsim, they feed a lot on freshly killed meat when they can get it, and they start feeding children right from the beginning. We know that millet has a high content of iron. They also eat a lot of green leafy vegetables which contain iron as well. And when they when they slaughter a cow, they will eat the liver as well. They won't sell the liver, they will eat the liver. And we know that they have lots of iron in the liver. I know that women from Teso are really hardworking, and we've seen them as we drive all the way to Karamoja area. Women in the Teso sub-region ride bicycles, they work a lot, but they're also highly educated. There's a close correlation between highly educated women and their children, because education and planning your diet and having a culture that has millet, oil, simsim, gives you a good iron content, which is reduction of iron deficiency. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sabrina. And here we are. We know when we want to make our kids happy, we want to buy them KFC or the Java's meal, which is not bad once in a while, but when it becomes habitual, it becomes an issue. So I like the correlation between the level of education and diet that is in that describes Teso, but for us here, or the other sub-regions, we tend, especially when it comes to Kampala, to correlate high levels of income, high education to feeding on junk foods. Yes, so Nelly, Your Excellency, I would like to understand your perspective on what are the most pressing nutrition-related challenges that we face as a country, Uganda.
Thank you very much, Dr. Winnie. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And again, thank you for the opportunity. Now, based on the results that we had presented this morning, I think we do have a mixed bag in terms of a number of nutrition issues. We have challenges with all forms of malnutrition. I think for me, if you asked me, we are faced with a triple burden of malnutrition. We are faced with undernutrition that's characterized largely by stunting. And I think this morning, it was more stronger than ever before, the effect that stunting has on the future of this country. So that is key and central. But also, we cannot talk about stunting without talking about wasting. Children who are wasted, we are looking at children who have a high risk of mortality. So wasting still becomes a key and central issue for us to be able to tackle. So looking at undernutrition, that's central. We also are seeing an increase in the rise of overnutrition, childhood obesity, especially in the urban centers. I want to believe where many of us do take our children to school today, we are faced with an issue of obesity in many of our urban schools. And I think this is a real-time bomb that we actually need to be able to intervene on. Who is regulating those school canteens that are providing the chapatis, that are providing the chips, that are providing all these very unhealthy foods in the schools? And interestingly, even in our boarding schools today, it is the same practice. So parents in the room, you will attest to this, that we need to do something about the safe food environment in the schools for our children. So overnutrition or obesity is on the rise. Why? Because the food environment is unregulated. Then I also want to briefly talk about the hidden hunger. When we talk about hidden hunger, we are largely looking at micronutrient deficiencies. And I think from the presentation that we had this morning, what stands out is anemia. Anemia has a number of far-reaching effects, especially on the child because we know it affects their education, but also on the mothers because we know it's associated with maternal mortality. So anemia, how do we address issues of iron deficiency, anemia as part of our efforts around micronutrient supplementation? Now, if we are to look at all those three forms of malnutrition, the triple burden of malnutrition, I think we need to address this using a range of interventions. Central to the underlying causes of malnutrition, of course, diet is key. And again, early this morning from the presentation, it's only 1 out of 10 children in Uganda today that are between 6 to 24 months that are receiving an adequate diet in terms of quality and quantity. Yet we know that this country is rich in terms of food and variety of food. So what is it that we are not doing right to put the right food on the table for the children? The issue of child food poverty then becomes very central. I think in our earlier presentation this morning, UNICEF has launched a global report on the child food poverty. And the report is trying to highlight not only the need for food, but the quality for food. We need to put quality food on the table for our children. Many of us in our households, in the rural households, children are fed on one type of food in a day. And I think if you look at that plate, what's missing are the proteins, what's missing are the fruits and vegetables to be able to qualify that as a quality diet. So we need to do something around the quality of the diets. We need to transform the food system. We also need to leverage into other programs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Where I grew up from, when you serve the food and the chicken or the piece of meat, you're supposed to eat your meat last and start with the carbohydrates. And sometime when the visitor comes in, you ask to surrender your piece of meat so that the visitor is able to get the proteins, and so you only get carbohydrates. So I understand now on how we should balance our diet, and we grew up with that, and some people have already said, I have friends who have questioned me, why do you eat your meat last? Now I've learned to eat my meat first. Yes, thank you very much. That is very, very, very insightful. On to you, John. We know within the value chain of food, Nelly clearly talked about this, where we have scarcity of food and where we have wastage of food because it's in plenty. So I would want to understand from your perspective from Ministry of Agriculture, what nutrition interventions have been implemented in Uganda and how have these been effective to address these challenges?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Of course, Uganda as a country should be one of those countries that should really not be facing nutritional issues. But unfortunately, we are doing so. Of course, as government, we have put in place a number of interventions. If I can approach it from the policy angle, I think we've done all the policies, all the laws, and all those other regulatory frameworks that you need actually to promote nutrition in the country. Because starting from as early as 2003, we put in place a national food and nutrition policy. But of course, 2003 up to now is too far, about 20-something years. So we need actually to review it. But even the current frameworks that we have in place right now, including maybe the issue of the NDP, when you come to agriculture proper, the program plan of interventions, and then the strategic plan itself, they actually all guide on how was to improve nutrition in the country. So via the policies, we are very proper. But of course, apart from the policies, we're also implementing a number of programs that actually promote nutrition. One such a program is recently we've been having a World Bank funded program that is a multi-sectoral program on food and nutrition. This one was promoting the fortification of foods. There are actually areas where foods lack nutrients. And this is because mainly our soils are getting old, they have been overused, the nutrients are getting fewer and fewer, so we need actually to fortify food. But as agriculture, we are promoting those practices in the countryside on how to promote food and nutrition. For example, in the city center here, people have houses. He has 1 acre of acre plot, but then he has a small house in the middle, and then all the other places are actually vacant. So we are telling them, instead of wasting such plots or planting flowers, do some bit of gardening. So we have urban farming in actually urban centers and others.
I'm sure all of us must be having a backyard of at least vegetables, but I would like you to shed some light in terms of, we have the policies, we have the regulations, we have the laws.
Yes.
I would like you to comment about who should enforce and what do we do about compliance? Because we have all these, but how do we handle enforcement? How do we handle compliance?
Maybe that's the only challenge that we do have. Certainly we have the policies, we have the laws. When you look, because we have two types of policies. There are those which are regulatory, and then there are those which are actually non-regulatory. Now the regulatory ones come with some bit of money. Government actually collects money using those policies, and these are the laws mainly. So those ones are performed very well. The regulatory policies.
Okay.
Now the biggest problem that we have with the non-regulatory policies is actually implementation. Implementation because, one, the staff actually to implement these policies are not there. For example, in agriculture, we have the extension staff. We have a structure of about 9,500 extension staff. But the in-house or the in-post staff are only about 4,500. So that is only about 50%. So implementing some of these policies now becomes a challenge because we don't have the manpower. So implementation has greatly been very poor.
Okay, thank you very much. So I listened into especially the role of the extension workers. that are critical for increasing production and productivity, but actually in this particular case, quality that is important for nutrition. So, Mr. Msimenta, I would come to you on one. What are the you are in charge of policy coordination, programs coordination at the Office of the Prime Minister. So I would want to pick from you what challenges actually hinder effective policy implementation that you always face at the Office of the Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Dr. Navido. Part of that question has been answered by John. Implementation is a challenge because, one, do we have the resources to do it? I want to give you, you have seen the statistics. Governance, for example, in Karamoja, the structures are 100%. So we expect that work would be coordinated and done in an effective way. But the question is, why the contradiction? You have the structures which initially we thought would drive implementation to achieve better results. But now we have the structures, but the results are poor. The issue is, if you look at nutrition coordination, for example, when we moved from Kampala to give technical backstopping in the districts, we move and stop at the district level. Are these committees at the district supported to go and backstop at the lower levels, lower local governments? And that is where the people live. So how do we reach out? What mechanism can we have in an effective way to reach the lowest person? There is a gap at that point. We don't, and when you read this report very carefully, you realize that chief among the drivers of malnutrition is actually lack of awareness. I will bring you one or two simple illustrations.
Please.
You saw in the statistics for stunting prevalence, Karamoja is the highest, closely followed by Ankole, Toro, and Kigezi. But when we went to the nutrition sensitive figures on food security, again Ankole was on top with being the most food secure. So now what is the paradox between the two? You have food, but nutrition outcomes very poor. You don't know what to do. I will give you another one.
Okay.
Stunting peaked. The bars for stunting peaked. Immediately we went for 24 months. 24 months, those are 2 years. 2 years, and at that time, breastfeeding, children have been weaned off.
Yeah.
Okay? So do the people know the right kind of mix to give to the children? So it is all, if you analyze very carefully, there is an issue of awareness creation that we need to do. It is not that food is not available, it is. Because we have seen where food is in plenty, there is trouble. So what can explain the existence of too much food, availability of too much food, and poor nutrition outcomes? It can only be that people don't know what to do. Another illustration I can give you is on school feeding.
School feeding, yes.
So again, no school feeding or failure to feed children at school is not because food is not available. When you interrogate the report, you will find that again Ankole, which is the most food secure, does not feed its children at school.
So the new policy is
So are you saying that children are not eating, are not being fed at school because there's no food? The answer is in the negative. Food is available, but people either are irresponsible because of their ignorance about what they are supposed to do, or there is confusion in mobilization. We don't have uniform messages to the people, and therefore we end up confusing them. But again, You had issues of staffing. Do we have competencies that are required to help the local person understand the right mix of foods, the frequency of meals, the diversity of the food that we need? Do we have the right staff? You have had a report that we don't have staff at the lowest level who are competent to guide the population. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Boaz. So I would like to ask one related to climate change, John. How, as a country, Uganda, how have we prepared to tackle the challenges posed by climate change to food security?
Of course, climate change is a real problem. It reduces food availability, it reduces water availability, and the rest of it.
Yes.
But of course, Uganda is geared towards maybe addressing climate change issues. One, as I told you, have already put in place the right policies, the right laws to actually address climate change issues. But of course, we are coming up with programs that should be able to address issues of climate change. And one such programs is, for example, if we went back to the way we used to grow our food, for example, adopting agroecology as a methodology for actually growing food. Now, this one increases food availability, but at the same time, it actually conserves the environment.
Agricultural practices.
Yes. So if we went back to such approaches, they would do us a lot of good. But also have climate change projects within the ministry and the country as such. Now, such programs actually maybe improve things like improving water for production, putting systems for irrigation to ensure that we are able to grow food all through the year. We are actually promoting like tree planting, because this is one of the ways you can actually conserve the environment. We have also other programs like restoring the wetlands. You and me who stay around Kampala here, how we have actually deliberately decided to destroy all these wetlands. People are building in them, people are farming in them, and as such, climate has changed greatly. So we have a program like to restore some of these
restoration
program for
Thank you very much, John. So on to you, Nelly. Could you kindly share with us some of the innovative solutions that we can address the nutrition challenges we have in Uganda? And I would pick that one because I want to go and innovatively handle child obesity in our backyards.
Well, thank you very much. It's a tricky question, but I think in terms of innovative approaches to be able to address nutrition, possibly one of the areas that we have not critically looked at that maybe we need to focus on is the whole engagement with the private sector.
Engagement with the private sector.
Yeah, engagement with the private sector. I think the private sector is key as we talk about issues of nutrition, but also as we talk about ensuring that the food that's available before us in our environment is regulated and is safe for consumption. How do we partner with the private sector in a way that can actually be able to make products available? They're able to make money as a private sector, but also we have a win-win situation on our side where you have foods on the market that are nutritious and safe food for children. I think it's one area or space that we need to aggressively venture into, attract the private players, to be able to start thinking about production of more nutritious food. For example, I don't know if Zach did mention that in his presentation, UNICEF is currently partnering with a company to be able to produce egg powder. Research has demonstrated that if a child can be able to consume this one egg in a day, that one egg in a day can do wonders in terms of improving the nutrition of this child. And ultimately, we can be able to tackle the issue of stunting.
One egg boiled, one egg fried.
Thank you. It's one egg. Of course, it depends on how you want to consume the egg. The egg can be consumed in many ways. Yeah, but the bottom line is it's about the egg. And why the egg is because the egg is very rich in protein. It's a very rich source of protein. And I think for us to be able to improve the quality of diets of our children, we need to add that protein food on the table. Meat is expensive. Chicken is expensive. What are the locally available options that we can make available for our children? So we have an egg, we have mukene or silverfish, but again, some of these foods may be culturally not acceptable in other communities. But the research that has been done in Uganda and other countries by UNICEF and other partners does indicate that the egg is more feasible and accessible, you know, as an option to be able to improve the protein content for children. So we are piloting this application of the egg powder in a number of districts in Western Uganda, Toro region that has a high prevalence of stunting. And we eventually want to see what the results will actually be 12, 24 months down the road. But this is an engagement with the private sector to be able to produce a commodity that we know can be able to serve the purpose of providing a nutritious food on the table. So that is just one example that I can give. Thank you.
Thank you. The reason why I asked about the egg, in my household, when you offer to give boiled eggs, they will eat one. But when they are fried, they want to eat 4.
Palatability. It's an issue of palatability, yes.
So
You're
that is
adding
why,
oil.
and making them eat mokene is a tug of where you have to spice it and I'm sure all of you face some of these challenges in your households. That is why I wanted to ask the egg. When it is boiled, each one of them will eat one in my household. But you give the option of fried, 2 are not enough. Thank you very much, Nelly, for sharing with us. So I would like to move to Dr. Sabrina. On a daily basis, you deal with children and adolescents, and I'm sure nutrition always comes up, especially when it comes to adolescents being, obesity. They struggle with obesity, and yet at the same time they want to look very nice and in fashion. But also you also come across children who struggle with appetites. So I would like to pick your mind. What targeted interventions can be implemented to reduce the high prevalence of low birth weight among newborns, especially in central Uganda? Thank you.
Well, I wonder why central Uganda, but anyway, we know that the birth rate...
James is here, he gave us the numbers.
The birth rate in Uganda is between 1 million to 1.2 million, depending on who you ask. That means that every single year, women in this country give birth to at least 1.2 million babies. That's a lot of babies. And Uganda has a high birth rate or fertility rate. It's around 4.8 to 6.8, meaning that every Ugandan woman is pregnant until proved otherwise. So even the women in this room, you could easily be pregnant by maybe 2 hours or, a week. But on a more serious note, low birth weight is a serious danger to a child. Low birth weight can put a child at risk of getting infections. Low birth weight can put a child at getting diseases such as epilepsy. And so it's important that babies are born over good weight. a normal birth weight is up to 3.5 kilograms, and low birth weight is anywhere below 2.5 kilos. Very low birth weight is anywhere below 1.5 kilos. And the things that cause low birth weight include prematurity, they also include intrauterine growth restriction, and all of these things are usually caused by the mother who is either malnourished or is stressed in her pregnancy or has high blood pressure. Now, when a woman is planning to get a baby, she shouldn't just wake up and say, oh, by the way, I'm pregnant. It's important for her to plan for that baby. Because as we consider the first 1,000 days, those are the ones that are going to impact on the child's health. They are going to impact on the child's health moving forward when they grow up and become adults or even become elderly people. So there's a lot of need for planning. And we know that if a child gives birth to another child, that means if she's a teenage mother, then she's likely to give birth to a baby with restriction of growth, or even a preterm baby. So in central Uganda, we would like to encourage, first of all, planning for the babies. And second of all, to ensure that every child remains in school and delays the age of her first sexual debut. But also this goes to the rest of the country. We know that in Uganda, 1 out of every 5 girls is pregnant before the age of 18. And that's not a very good statistic. In addition to that, I think that it's important for the fathers in this room, if you could raise your hands. Fathers, thank you very much. This is a message to you, the fathers. Please be engaged and involved. If you're planning to have a child, and many fathers like to have children around Christmas.
And we are in the
because
season.
They are going to likely give birth to a child in August who is likely to be a happy child, a leader. So those of you who are planning to get your wives pregnant, I think you're late. You should have started planning in September, because the planning should include feeding that woman well, ensuring that she has all the hidden nutrients that are necessary for childbirth, making sure that this woman is comfortable, is ready to bear that baby, and then during the course of the pregnancy, that this mother then feeds well, and when she gives birth, she breastfeeds her child for at least 6 months. It all starts with a good beginning, and it starts with planning. This business of having a baby every single year should not be working in 2024.
They can hear you.
You don't have to turn your wife into a baby factory, because when you turn your wife into a baby factory, then she's going to be depleted of iron, she's going to be depleted of energy, and also she's not going to be a very nice wife to pamper you. We know that men like to be pampered as well. So it's a two-way process that the planning has to be serious. And when we talk about family planning, it means that we are serious, that the couple has to sit together and plan and space that child so that the child who is being taken care of before the age of 5 years is healthy and well and is not going to be stunted. A child who is stunted is likely to give birth to another stunted child, and therefore it becomes a vicious cycle. But if your child is not stunted, it means you plan for that child, you have enough food in your garden, you have enough food on your table, and you're giving birth at the right time when you have a job. Well, jobs are relative. Hopefully everyone has a job in this room. But we would like that every single Ugandan has a job and then plans for the next baby, so that we reduce on the stunting, we reduce on the low birth weight. As a pediatrician, my biggest fear is to receive a child who is a preterm, because preterms are difficult to manage. Preterms are expensive to manage. Of course they grow, but the complications after that are dire. And also you don't want to have a baby who is growth restricted. A baby who is tinier than 1.5 kilos is as small as a piece of bread. So please, or a rat, sorry to say that. You don't want to have such a small baby. So plan the children, ensure that you feed well during pregnancy, and even while you're breastfeeding, so that you have a healthy outcome of the baby. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you very much. I would call this a very good preaching, a very good sermon. As we are planning for this Christmas, let's plan properly. Okay? So my very last one is to Mr. Msmenta Boaz. I would like to hear from you how you are ensuring alignment of policies within your coordination dockets that speak to nutrition. How are you doing that so that we're able to have that one message you talked about that is going to increase awareness as the lead of government business?
Thank you very much. The guidance is available because the frameworks that give guidance are there. We have the Uganda Nutrition Action Plan, which is well aligned to the National Development Plan 3. So we don't lack frameworks. What we lack, however, is that if you were keen in the morning to listen to the presentation of the nutrition manager, UNICEF, the other 3 scenarios that will take us where we are supposed to go. Now, in this room, we have policy-making people.
Yes.
There is the Honorable Minister, there are district chairpersons. We have chief administrative officers and all of you senior government people.
Yes.
You saw that if you invested 3.7 trillion, you will reap by 2030, 27 trillion. But the question is, in any model, there are ingredients. What is that policymakers need to focus on? Because if we come here and speak scientifically and go away, then my district chairman will not guide the district properly.
Definitely.
Where are we supposed to invest where we shall get the highest dividend by 2030, as the scenario has shown? The frameworks are there. And even when we are making those policies, we need to do proper analysis. I want to give you an example. When, for example, you increase tax on petroleum, do we ever bother to see how that tax, which will result in increased food prices at distribution, will have an impact on the nutrition outcomes? So we need to do analysis up to the end. We need to have 3 feet deep analysis of whatever actions we make and the bearing they have on the human capital development of our population. Those ingredients, the Nellies of this world, I'm sorry to call you Nelly, my sister. What are those? Should government, are you saying in the multi-sector approach, agriculture, health, education, the systems approach you saw there, are we saying government has not allocated their 3.7 trillion? So how can we guide the interventions so that those resources which government has put in those areas are targeting and touching the right interventions that will have a multiplier effect in terms of outcomes on the nutrition outcomes? What is that? The scientists need to come out and tell us, in your model, make sure that it is hand washing, it is sanitation, it is behavior change communication. What is that? We need to be very clear so that the leaders of this country know where they need to touch and the results change and we achieve what we want to achieve. But to say there are scenarios and we speak generally, we shall not help the leaders who take decisions. So that is what we need to come out. The policies are there. But how are we supposed to implement them? Which areas do we need to specifically touch? Which nerve are we supposed to touch so that we get the results that we need? That is the point where we need to go. We need to have a compact and say in the systems approach, if we are in education, these are the areas that they would give us the highest dividend. If it is in health, Where are we talking about? Is it micronutrient supplementation, or is it creating awareness so that we use the available foods to achieve the results that we need? That is where we need to go. We cannot afford to continue being up there. We need to come down on the ground where, as they say, rubber meets the tarmac.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Musumenta. These are the key messages I can take out of this particular panel discussion. One, while education and diet are highly and positively correlated, the food choices and practices are very critical for nutrition. That's our first message. Our next message, the need for safety and regulations in our institutions. They give an example of schools to avoid things like overnutrition, and obesity of our children, and ensure, diet. 3, enforcement and compliance to the nutrition agenda is very critical, and it requires all stakeholders. The role of extension workers is going to be very critical to increase not only the production but also the productivity of the nutritious food. I talked about fortification of this food. We also talked about awareness, and we have our leaders here. All of us are leaders in our own rights. Can we have a message to take away and carry away every day to create awareness on nutrition? Climate change is real, so our agricultural practices are very, very critical to ensure that actually we have nutritious food. Innovative solutions are very, very critical, and I like the policy stance that has been announced by the Ministry of Education to provide school lunch, I think starting next financial year. I saw that announcement. The value addition is very, very critical, and we within the NDP4, we talk about the 10-fold growth and the 15-year growth strategy that is supposed to be actually led by value addition. And agro-industrialization is one of the critical areas. And then I think in conclusion, what came through is planning, underscoring planning as we are combating, addressing malnutrition, stunting and wasting is going to be very, very critical for all across the chain. And as a person charged with preparing the National Development Plan 4, I want to assure you that we have integrated nutrition within the NDP4. Critical, it was one of the checklists, I'm sure, Nelly, you can attest to that. And in our budget compliance, we do take that assessment. But we are also making one message in the NDP4. There's not going to be a separate budget and plan for nutrition. It is an integrated, comprehensive plan that is going to address nutrition. But what is our takeaway message is that what is our post-nutrition agenda? I want to challenge all of us. What is our post-nutrition agenda upon the expiry of the SDGs in 2030? So I want to thank you very much, my panelists. If you could give them a round of applause. You did very well. I was very proud of you. And I would request the the Honorable Minister of State for Public Service to kindly step forward, and we have a picture, a memory lane with this honorable panel. Thank you. Here.
You invited the minister, you didn't invite the MC for the photo, but these things. Very well. Thank you very much. Another round of applause to our panelists and Dr. Winnie Nabido for having steered us through very well. within the panel discussion moment, and I'm sure she has really set the stage very well for our next discussions. So ladies and gentlemen, at policy level, that is the nature of the discussions that we are having, and we are steering this further. The discussions should not stop here. I'm sure you're also picking out messages that you're going to have within your jurisdictions. Right about now, I would like to, I've been guided to invite the Honorable Minister of State for Public Service, who really wants to give us a key message, and I'm sure she's going to crown this policy element with some kind of nutrition guided message, and from there we shall proceed to the next group of panelists. It would be good maybe here because the cameras are very sharp here. Honorable, kindly, since you came for the photo, no, you are already in the Butala actually. Kindly, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and welcome back from the lunch session. I want to congratulate our panelists and the moderator. You have really done us wonders because we have part of the solutions now. But I just wanted to chip in, also to add my voice, that Uganda has never lacked in terms of policies, legal and regulatory frameworks. We have a lot of paperwork. We have the narrative. It is somewhere in the sky, in Google, in our shelves. It is there. The problem is lack of prioritization. When we are allocating funds, sometimes we don't reflect on the most critical areas. And I know nutrition might be a victim. And we may not go into the background of checking whether it affects our performance as human capital. Secondly, we will always claim to have inadequate funds. But even when we have inadequate funds, we sometimes don't use the inadequate to properly to target our most critical needs. Our panelists have talked about obesity. In America, you'll find the poor people are the ones who are obese. Simply because they have little money, so they end up eating junk food, street food. That is what they can afford. But in Uganda, we are really endowed. Much as the food is not equitably distributed in the country. But what is surprising me is where the food is. In Chigezi, in Ankole. Oh my God, I'm shocked. So what do we need to target here? Information dissemination and community mobilization. Because people may have food, but they don't know what they are supposed to do in terms of food mix. Then about our lifestyle. Our children, more especially the children, have issues. Our children of these days have issues. First of all, they don't have enough sleep. Are you aware? Because they have to go to school even when they are still 2 years old. At 5, they are already up. They are already kuzunga in a bus. They are dozing in a bus. And the whole day, our children are in class. These days, they even don't play. They don't have time to play. We used to have sessions of PE You remember? When we were still young, we had PE. We would run, jump, and do whatever. These days, it is only academics. What kind of children are we raising? Obese. They have blood pressure. Their eyes have issues. They are already putting on Garvindi. So we really have issues. We have to look at the issue of lifestyle. Then, people have stress even when they are still young because of domestic violence. Are you aware? Let me stop at that. Domestic violence. Our children are already stressed. Can you imagine? Okay, some might be obese because of genetics, medicines, environment, whatever, and unhealthy foods. But are you aware that we deliberately eat junk food and we say, netulikizako bomb? And you know it, that this is junk food, you KFC and whatever, and you even say it that twetulikizako bomb ko weekend. And we think that eating such foods, fast foods, whatever, is a lifestyle for the rich. You wait and see how the rich are going to perish. Another problem is unwanted babies. You have gone for casual sex, but you end up impregnating someone. Now, this baby is already unwanted. Do you expect the mother to produce a healthy baby? The baby is already unwanted because maybe she's even impregnated by my husband, your husband. And the husband doesn't want to disclose. So do you think the mother will have a good pregnancy? Because even the husband is not around, okay, the father is not around. So, our men, please, can you stop that infidelity? You stop it or you are causing problems. You are bringing unwanted babies in this world. But there is also another accident. We have another accident. These men are competing with babies. The men are breastfeeding as well. Are you not? They compete with babies in terms of breastfeeding. And then you begin saying, yeah, the baby is malnourished, but the father is a participant in malnourishing the baby. Can you imagine? Our experts, please, can we spread the message that milk is for babies? You were already breastfed by your mother. Now this baby is benefiting from the mother, but you still want also to be a baby. Can you help us and don't please malnourish our babies? Thank you.
Thank you very much. The good thing I don't breastfeed, but yes. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give another round of applause to our minister for those checks and balances that she has really raised upon us. And they are still going on, those checks. So, ladies and gentlemen, we need now to leverage on time and allow me to really invite the next panel of discussants, those that are going to be led by Mr. Charles Asimwe, who is really joining in us to kind of take on the role of moderating the next session of panelists. So Mr. Charles Asimwe really come, and then you invite for us the panelists to have the discussion with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MC. Protocol observed, and since we are competing with the time towards the end of the day, I'm Charles Asimwe. I am a private practitioner of Food and Nutrition under Chigezi Food and Nutrition Consulting Limited as an ED. And for now, I'm going to guide this panel of discussions of interventions and issues at the local government level, where Mr. Boaz says that the ball hits the ground. And under this section, I'm going to invite the following chief administrative officers. The CEO of Kabongo District Local Government, if you are around, please come forward. Kabongo District Local Government. Ajumani. Kao Ajumani. Kao Bukedi. Bukedi. That's the Teso sub-region, Eastern region. Then Kao Ruchiga. Chigezi, where I come from myself, I am from Kanungu and she's Kao Ruchiga, so that's closer to the home, where the stunting levels have increased from 30 to 40 something percent instead of going down. Lastly, but not least, Kao Kabarole, Toro sub-region. Because of limited time, and having the fact that from the previous discussion, especially from what Mr. Boaz mentioned, that what are the key interventions that we should prioritize for implementation at the local government level, so that we change the picture forward. I will start with Kao of Wukedi. Based on the report that we received in the morning, different sub-regions at different levels on various nutrition indicators. Here you quickly mention stunting, wasting. Actually, wasting by simply say being too thin for the child. Then also we have anemia and underweight. In your own situation, in your own district as Wukedi, what do you think explains the situation in your district when you localize the issues?
Thank you. I'm Granfield Monda Oriono. I'm standing for Bukedi, Chief Administrative Officer, but I'm the Chief Administrative Officer of Butaleja District Local Government. Bukedi has 7 districts: the district of Tororo, Busia, Budaka, Palisa, Chibuku, and Butebo. So, as we saw today in the data released by UBOS, there are 2 big challenges in Bukedi's sub-region. One is underweight, which is 10.9% for Bukedi's sub-region. Then, incidentally, also in the detail, Bukedi suffers from 2. There is underweight and overweight. Overweight is at 1.5%. And really, there's a difference region by region. And the region of Bukedi has exceptionally had this, though at a moderate level when you look at the national statistics, because of a number of factors. I think one of the factors that makes Bukedi to undergo such a challenge is that there is a high rate of children per household. Bukedi has up to, much as the national statistics look at 4 to 6, Bukedi is at a higher level of up to 8 children per household. Secondly, there's high level of teenage pregnancy. Teenage pregnancy, for example, recently, a 18-year-old girl of senior 4 gave birth to 4 children, quadruple. It was in the history of Uganda. Then still, 2 years ago, Bukedi had the youngest grandmother, a grandmother at 32.
Grandmother.
A grandmother at 32. Which means when did she conceive her first child? Then the first child produced at what age? So those are the kind of challenges that Bukedi brings in. That there's high teenage pregnancy. Of course, there's poverty. Poverty is also prevalent at household level. The high population rate and the devastation of the forest cover has affected the productivity of food, leading to poverty. So those are some of the challenges that we see that undermines the nutritional level in Bukedi sub-region.
Thank you, Kao Bukedi. I think the members in the audience, in the morning you should have been informed that the nutrition issues are sector, and you can imagine there have come issues of teenage pregnancy, the numbers of people being fed at home. If there are 8 in a house, you add the parent, the 2 parents, those are 10 people. Those are 10, how many mouths? 10 to consume. But having put that forward, let me go to Kao Kabong. I will do some summary later. What factors contribute to persistence, high levels of stunting? Because you have seen for Karamoja, in 2016, the figures were at 35. After all of the interventions and actions in the region, we moved to 40 something. Instead of reducing, we increased. What are the likely factors that cause persistence of stunting, anemia, wasting in your sub-region, and what are key strategic interventions we can propose for the sub-region?
Kao for Kabong. And it's my pleasure to be part of this panel. And first of all, I want to appreciate the fact that this dialogue is timely for ushering in the next thinking about scaling up nutrition in our country. First of all, Karamoja, as we know, from all our discussions today, it has come out clearly that all the development indicators are ranging from nutrition, ranging from literacy level, education, ranging from low levels of poverty, high levels of poverty, and also other indicators. Karamoja is leading from the tail. Now, first of all, we have to put it into context that this sub-region has categorically context issues that needs to be considered when planning and also when bringing stakeholders to one table. In the first place, we know that our region is vulnerable in many respects. First of all, being a cross-border community, we are bordering South Sudan, Kenya, and also the others. And so, you are talking about the agro-pastoral communities. These are people who are mobile. And the lifeline of our economy is vested in livestock mainly, and partly subsistence farming, crop farming. And so, one of the hindering factors, that's affecting stunting and also scaling up, undermining the nutritional level in our communities, first of all, is the economy, livelihoods. Our households, over 60% of households are in abject poverty up to now, much as we are doing a lot as government, but a lot of more of our people are still poor. And when you are dealing with a poor household, then definitely what are they surviving on? When I was transferred in Kabong, that's about November last year, it was clear that most of the livestock were stolen across the borders of Kenya and South Sudan. And these people were surviving mainly on gathering, on charcoal, and also just the economy of casual labor. So that in essence has undermined the nutrition levels in our household. But now combined with climate change, which is real in most of us, we experience prolonged dry spell over time. And this prolonged dry spell has an effect on the livelihoods through agriculture. The crop performance is totally very low. And our people have very poor harvest over time. And therefore it affects the level of nutrition at household level. So,
can I chip in quickly. So what about, so the drought is throughout the year or sometimes it rains and people are unable to tap that the water?
No, okay. We experienced prolonged dry spell for a period of like 3-4 months. But during the rain season, at times our people don't even time production. They come in at the time when already the rains have passed, and therefore it has implication on the harvest. So that in this sense affects the livelihoods at household level. But what we are saying is that the livestock become mainly affected because when there is no water, especially water for production, these livestock are forced to migrate to wetter belts, parts of Teso, parts of Acholi and Lango to look for pasture and water. And you saw, the implication on livelihoods. These people who are mobile, they leave their households vulnerable. The children and old women are left behind. So it's about the energetic people, the Karachunas, the youth who move to those other parts to make sure that when rain returns to the region, that's when they come back with oxen to cultivate the land and also contribute to farming. So all these have implication on sustaining nutrition levels at household level. So that's what affects our economy and our community.
Okay, thank you. Karamoja team, you are talking on behalf of the whole of Karamoja, and I've picked the issue of water for production and the dynamics which you said there are categoric issues which need to be addressed as Karamoja sub-region. We are short of time. I quickly call upon now Kawarole, on behalf of Toro sub-region, Wenzori. What strategic interventions can be implemented to curb escalating prevalence of anemia, especially in your sub-region and other long-term constituencies? In a nutshell.
My name is Stephen Rubayayo. When we talk of Toro region, in 1960s, it was one district called Toro district, composed of Kabarole, Chenjojo, Kitagwenda, Kamwenge, Kasese, Gondobujo, and Koto City currently. A place with good soils, favorable climates, hard-working people, different crops. Having coffee, fish, poultry, cows, coconuts, tea, coffee, among others. Now, the region with all those, we are seeing problems being rated with the Ankole region. Let's say thank you to the government of Uganda, because when you talk about climate change, micro irrigation has come. I'm very sure during rainy season it's extreme, and during dry season it's also extreme. So micro irrigation has come, and I think that one will help us to curtail the issue of environmental and climate change. When it comes to the issue of knowledge, awareness, within our leaders, a lot of awareness has come, using churches, schools, markets, and targeting different gatherings, and we think this one will help us to change, and maybe some change will be realized. Finally, the issue of our partners. In some communities like Kabarole, we have seen they are building facilities. Like in Kabarole, we have an abattoir to handle the food issues and the quality of meat. And we think this one, coupled with deliberate efforts to handle refugee places like Kamwenge, we are seeing some efforts may be done to help curtailing the problem. I thank you.
Thank you, Kabarole. Now I am going to go quickly to the neighbor, Chigezi. since some dynamics are the same, I expected you to talk about the issue of the tea growing communities, how you are going to handle, but you have said the awareness creation. I hope the tea growing communities in that sub-region will also have nutrition education for all. Madam Kao Ruchiga. Since Chigezi is now number 2 among the high-level stunted sub-regions, and even the poverty levels have increased. I come from Chigezi, we have really grown tea everywhere. We are growing trees. What do you think can be the role of community-based initiative that we can do in order to improve nutrition outcomes of that sub-region?
Obviously, the issue of nutrition should come from household. It's absurd that we reach at a point of discussing it at this level, but it's because it has been neglected at household level. One, it should begin from the gardens. Which kind of foods are we growing? We are encouraging under the production department that every household at least has a zero grazing cow to provide milk to the family. That one would encourage providing milk. There is also an initiative of growing the yellow potatoes. They are rich in, is it iron? Vitamins. And actually in Richiga, we have 107 schools, but out of those, only 40 are engaged into the program of good feeding. So we should enroll it out to all the schools. There is a problem of these drinks, the kabiriti. There are so many names, kombucha, bwana mukuru. When they are advertising them, people talk so good about them. It's like they can provide every nutrient that the person needs. Mature people are taking them, and in the end, even the children are taking them. I think even locally we should begin discarding them, and even at national level. Ministry of Health, I don't know what the ministry can do about this. Even the names that people give them, there are drinks called bwana mukuru, mukuru wechanga, and you know, everyone would want to drink bwana mukuru. And in the end, they are not adding anything to the health of our people. Food production is mostly the role of women. You find one woman feeding 10 human beings in a home. At household level, we need to teach that the roles of a girl and the roles of a man are all the same. What do men do? They wait for the wives to produce, they steal the beans or the potatoes they sell to go and drink. And you find that even the food produced at home is not enough. Our politicians, wherever you go when you're soliciting for votes, as you seek for a vote, talk about nutrition. That one doesn't need even the minister to talk about it. Let's encourage our people to have granaries, to store food that can be consumed at home. Thank you.
Request for the audience to clap for the submission of promotion, minimizing advertising of those unhealthy foods, but most importantly, even the naming of the misleading what? Food items, which are actually non-foods. Last but not least, I would request the, apart from the Honorable Minister, others, can you put behind your chairs and stand up a bit? Just one request. Just remove your chairs, stand, then later you sit on nothing. Hey, you try to sit when there are no chairs and I see what happens. The reason I'm bringing that illustration is that all the intervention we're talking about, if we do not improve the enabling environment, you have nowhere to start from. Can you take a seat now? Now, Bwana Kao Ajumani. Now that enabling environment, which is institutional governance, planning, budgeting, resource mobilization, institutional capacity, M&E policy, it is a key bedrock for implementation of the proven interventions across the country so that we can improve nutrition outcomes. What do you think are the available opportunities and challenges to address in order to improve the nutrition situation in the districts using the nutrition environment, enabling environment lens? And most importantly, in the situation that we are implementing the PDM, where all interventions are supposed to be delivered through the parish as an entry point.
Thank you very much, the moderator.
I'm Charles.
Who's Charles? And the congregation there. My name is Ochenandu, the Chief Administrative Officer of Jumani. Now, to cause an enabling environment, first of all, the local governments are very key. In the first instance, then the civil society organizations that are intervening in the nutrition sector are also key. Then thirdly, the frameworks, the strategic direction, the strategic plans that have been developed is key. In the local governments, we all know that local governments play a very critical role in ensuring that nutrition is good. And under local governments, we have the health sector, which usually provides the treatment, promotion of health, and then prevention. If that is properly done, then nutrition will be improved. In the production sector, we know that increase in productivity and interventions being made by the production sector is very key. In that instance, we all know that the technical people provide a very good ingredient towards improving nutrition. Those are the extension workers. So the production sector is very key, and we think with the support they do provide in the nutrition production, we should be able to achieve. We also have the civil society organizations and the implementing partners. I do come from a region which hosts refugees, and we also have the host community. And these IPs have done a great deal in ensuring that nutrition is improved. The support they do provide, the guidance they do provide, the softwares that usually they plan for and they allocate to the refugees and the host community is very enormous. Leave alone the cash support in terms of NutriCash from World Food Program. This has played a very big role, to an extent that currently NUSAF being designed is trying to look into such a scenario where NUSAF can also borrow relief from the NutriCash, which was implemented under Dr. Deep. And these were interventions that were provided to the host community and the refugees. So if this is properly done and the civil society and the IPs plus the UN agencies, then I believe a great deal will be registered in as far as nutrition is concerned. Then we also have the policy frameworks, the strategic plans that have been developed. This is an area which can be able to help, where the IPs have been able to support local governments to, first of all, develop these strategic plans, and then also they've gone ahead to ensure that they provide support to ensure that implementation is possible for these strategic frameworks that are provided towards nutrition support. I think that's briefly what I can say. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. As we crown off this discussion, I have picked the following things, issues which, one, I've picked water for production, which should be handled to geared towards production, especially for Karamoja sub-region. And I think this needs to be highly taken for all of us. I've also taken the issue of the element of planning and strategizing population planning towards the nutrition. the teenage pregnancy in some regions are coming up. Then we have the issue of the health promotion of the non-nutritious foods, aggressively at the expense of the nutritious ones. I've had the religious leaders' involvement, especially in Toro sub-region and cultural leaders. Actually, last month, I think, I made a presentation on the leaders of the Toro sub-region where they're all coming together to address issues of nutrition and even providing the traditional methods of eating. I was surprised that in that meeting, the cooking of the food was by a hired person, not even a hotel, because the hotel did not have capacity to even do the traditional method of cooking, which I think is a message for all of us. Maybe I think as we conclude this, I deliver this message to all of us, that since we have 10,717 parishes in the country, where things should happen, the ones who are talking here, all of them, can we make them happen at the parish, through the PDCs, through the parish government committee, so that now these measures we are making here can be seen on the ground. And that's why I was asking that question of what? Of governance. Lastly, for all of us, we are in a workplace at local government level. This is my question additional. How are we handling the workplace nutrition? Are the people at the workplace in local governments, are they feeding on a healthy diet? Do we have nutrition education for all? Do we do health checks? Do we do breastfeeding corners? All of those are interventions which we do actually help us to do the nutrition. Otherwise, as the Honorable Minister said you would be having staffs who are overnourished, they are diabetic, and becoming a cost to the government. Having said all of this, I would want to thank you for the time and for the audience for being attentive to us. Once again, I'm Asimwe Charles, who has been in the field of nutrition since 2002. I was the first, I think, second in nutrition to be recruited under local government in this country. Now I've served for almost 22 years in the field, and most of the dynamics that I'm asking, I have been an example of them. I would want now to request the minister is here. We also need a photo with the minister, and I think Marvin have not crossed the line of the time you wanted, because you are warning me, mpora mpora. If we do that, then I would thank the team, and we call it a day in terms of nutrition programming at the district level, but most importantly, I would be happy to see it happening at the parish through the PDM.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Charles. Yes, fit within the photo. Will you all fit? I can see. Or we add the others. Okay. Nutrition, even in the photograph. Nutrition. Yes, thank you very much, our cameraman, and I've seen the thumbs up, which means that they are done. So now, yes, we need to thank Charles, Mr. Charles Asimwe. As he has already told you, he's a seasoned nutritionist, and he has really supported at national and district level in regard to nutrition programming and implementation. Now he's in his own private practice, and that's where we pick him from. So ladies and gentlemen, we need now to delve further into the third bit of it. Please persist, we are about to finish. I would like to invite Ms. Gertrude Namayanja, who is the Principal Policy Analyst at the Office of the Prime Minister, who is also a key figure in the nutrition space, going to moderate us in the next session of panel discussions. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Madam, you are very welcome.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. As introduced, I'm Namanja Gertrude, Principal Policy Analyst, and I will be running you through the third session of the discussions that we have. The panel discussion will be looking at selected indicators and specifically trying to tease the drivers and the implications of the situation on the different spheres of our economy or the different systems and how it affects the development agenda. So my panelists will include Ms. Judith Mutabazi, Manager Population Coordination and Program Lead, Human Capital Development at the National Planning Authority. Please step forward. Then we'll have Mr. Athaire Roderick, a Senior Policy Analyst working with the Ministry of Health. He's done very many policies and we'll be listening to him in terms of what policy measures do we have for specific indicators. Then we'll have Mr. Edward Mwanguzi, Senior Inspector of Schools with the Ministry of Education and Sports, the Nutrition Focal Point, specifically under the Directorate of Education Standards. We'll also have Ms. Grace Prospero, Principal Nutritionist, working with the Ministry of Health, specifically under the Nutrition Division. Lastly, we will have Dr. Joeria Namboze, Senior Lecturer, Department of Nutrition, Nutrition Science and Dietetics, Chambogo University. So with us is the team. And as the panelists take their seats, allow me to start with the last. Not that it was intentional that the last should be first, but it so happened that way. So, Ms. Namboze, we've heard the statistics. We are looking at the situation whereby we have stunting at 26%, wasting at 2.9, nearly 3%, underweight at 10%, and the like. What is the implication, in your view, of this situation in the health systems? Basically, when you look at key issues in terms of child mortality, maternal health, and communicable diseases, how does this translate in terms of health outcomes, but also the impact on the health systems? Over.
Thank you very much, Trudy. I think the implications are quite clear. Apologies. Good evening, everyone. I'm glad to be here. As introduced, my name is Joeria. I think the implications are very clear because when we talk about nutrition, nutrition is a very key driver for many health outcomes. Take an example of non-communicable disease. I think from morning we've been hearing about unhealthy diets. When we talk about unhealthy diets, many of us might look at it at surface value, but unhealthy diets are a very important driver of health outcomes. There's an increment of consumption of ultra-processed foods. We eat more fat and more sugar than we need to. So this is driving the increment of non-communicable disease. And also on the flip side, stunting and wasting are increasing the prevalence of child mortality. So in terms of implications, this has very clear implications on how the health systems are going to be overwhelmed. So as we think about the implications of how much money is going to be spent when, for example, children are undernourished, we also have to think about the implications of how much we are going to spend as a result of non-communicable diseases such as type 2 diabetes and cardiovascular disease. Because if nothing is done, evidently our health systems are going to be very overwhelmed. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Namboze. You ably indicate the implications in terms of impacts on the health budget by way of the different diseases that the system gets faced with when we continue having these indicators, particularly the unhealth foods and some of the behavior-related issues. So I think that's one thing that we need to note, that the situation remains dire in terms of the budget and the different health-related issues that will be trickling down into the systems. So need for us to act. Mr. Mwanguzi, we see that given that as statistics, 39%, only 39% of children in schools receive meals. So school feeding remains an issue. And this has implications in terms of education outcomes. So in your view, what are those targeted interventions that we should be driving so as to really narrow the gap? When we say 39% only receive food at school, you realize that a big population of school-going children are in school and they are basically hungry. So they spend their time at school on empty stomachs. What are those targeted interventions that the Ministry of Education is trying to drive so as to narrow the gap?
Thank you very much. Yeah, it's a worrying situation of 39.3 nationally. As you are aware that the feeding of learners is more of a role of the parents. And all our efforts which we have been doing and trying to drive at has been encouraging the parents to feed the learners. We have developed guidelines to assist us in doing this, developed nutritional committees. But I said our key thing now here is to sensitize, and we have brought on board every stakeholder, right from the foundation bodies. I think in some districts, like in some dioceses like Mukono, already the bishop declared that parents who are not feeding learners will not be allowed to have their learners in school. And in some districts like Guru, because of the bylaws, they have been able to have the learners feed. And right from Mama and all other commissioners, all our targets are now to sensitize the parents, to have, to know that the role of feeding learners is very, very critical, because it affects brain development. If the learners are fed well, actually issues of looking at other ways of cognitive development will be much more low. Interestingly, even in town here, you find that the parents may not feed the learners well, but they invest much in doing lunch hour, end of week letters. Every time they are testing, even if you test and the learners are not fed, it has a big implication. So still our emphasis, because the cardinal bit of feeding learners still in the hands of the parents, is to sensitize the parents to have feeding programs effectively implemented in schools. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mwanguzi. Drawing from his submission, we get to learn that, of course, this is a partnership between the government and the parents, whereby the parents are being encouraged to really provide their bits of the task in terms of realization of good health, education outcomes by way of supporting school feeding. And us as a community, there is need for us also to really come up with different measures whereby we are promoting school feeding. So it's not largely, according to him, it's not largely role of government, but it's a dual role, and it's more of a partnership, both for government and the other players, specifically the parents, to support school feeding and other partners. So my next will be Madame Prospero Grace, whereby we are looking at aspects of promoting dietary diversity. You realize that from the statistics, we see that we're not doing that well, whereby meal frequency is actually 62% of households are at least having at least 2 meals. Then you see that that 2 meals. Then we have dietary diversity at 7.8%, roughly 8%. And this actually is impacting on the minimum acceptable diets. And at the end of the day, you realize that 30% of the children are being affected by this. They are not in position of meeting the minimum acceptable diets. That is like 3 in every 10 children, 3 are missing. Only 3 are up there. What's in the wake of urbanization, and like it was put across by the different speakers, aspects of unhealthy food, quality, the consumption patterns, the mindset, what interventions can we put in place to ensure that we are promoting dietary diversity among the affected constituents?
Thank you so much, Madam Moderator. I think the discussion today has really focused a lot on dietary diversity, and it's a key challenge. So I want to stick to the interventions. First of all, we have to start, of course, with the productivity. We have discussed here quite a bit that we are producing, but we are not producing for consumption. We're producing for sale. We have seen that in the Western region. So to curb that, we have to sensitize the people. We have to do a lot of mindset change through sensitization so that people can understand that much as you're selling this food, let that income that you're getting also be able to provide for you diverse diets for your family so that you can diversify. Some people do not know the food mix. They do not know that when you're eating matoke, you must have protein, you must have vegetable. So we need to educate people on all that. When it comes to agriculture, we have to maximize on climate smart agriculture so that we ensure that the people that do not have enough rainfall, like in Karamoja, they have long dry spells, they should be taught climate smart agricultural practices so that they can be able to produce enough food for their regions. We would also need to look at things like value addition, because there are crops that we have in season, but then when the rains go, we don't have those crops, and yet they can help us during the lean seasons. So we also need to look at issues of value addition so that we preserve those foods, not only for keeping food during the lean season, but also to avoid spoilage and wastage. We have a lot of wastage in Uganda. If you move along Masaka Highway, around Mpugwe, there's a market that sells lots of tomatoes. But if you go there the next day, behind the market, there's lots of tomatoes that have been thrown and they're rotting. That is a lot of food wastage. We also need to work on social protection. We've talked a lot about school feeding. And yes, with due respect to my colleague here, our children spend most of their time in school. And we are currently working with the Ministry of Education with the support of WFP to make a national school menu. And our target is that this school menu should provide at least 3/4 of the calorific requirement of this school child, so that even if the mother does not have enough time to prepare food at home, at least the child has got 3/4 of what they need for their growth according to their age. There's also the issue of cash transfer, which is being done in the refugee communities. With the Ministry of Gender, we could also look at that because we also have the elderly amongst us, and they are given money, but they do not understand that this money should be used for their nutrition. So they also need to be sensitized that much as they want to use this money for other activities, it should also be used for buying nutritious foods. And then also, if this cash transfer could also be rolled out to other places, especially targeting the most vulnerable. In this case, we are looking at the elderly and the other vulnerable people, maybe the disabled. It could go a long way in diversifying our diets. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Prospero. She's actually shared a lot in terms of areas for promotion and some of the interventions that we can leverage from. Specifically, she's talked about the issue of awareness creation, the issue of household livelihoods by ensuring production, but not just looking at production, but also trying to look at the food security aspects, issues along the food systems, food waste and loss, and also trying to come up with interventions or leverage from interventions that target the vulnerable, the elderly, the refugees, and the like. So thank you very much. Those are some of the gains that we can leverage from and to promote dietary diversity. Mr. Roderick Atfire, Senior Policy Analyst, Ministry of Health. With your work in terms of policy formulation, supporting decision making, specifically in the field of anemia, whereby the statistics indicate that roughly 44% of the children are anemic, and about 26% of women of reproductive age are suffering from anemia. From the extensive policy-related studies you've undertaken, and even those that you have, what are those policy recommendations, or what actions are you proposing to government to really address the situation?
Thank you, Trudy, for the question. Well, I would like to start with highlighting the importance of evidence-based decision-making. We have scarce resources. The Honorable Minister has already highlighted. My colleague, Mr. Musimenta, already highlighted the fact that we need to have interventions that are cost-effective. So at the Ministry of Health, we have come up with innovations that we feel can be scaled up in government regarding selecting interventions and programs that are cost-effective. So ideally what happens is we have a presentation of a very good report, like the UBOS report on the nutrition situation. But it stops at that. It tells us that, look, we have 32% of women of reproductive age with anemia. But then what happens next? Do we stop at understanding only the burden of disease? How do we go ahead and identify interventions or programs that are cost-effective, seeing that we have very little resources? So we are going to share with you, the group, a policy brief that we prepared with the team at the Ministry of Health, strictly addressing the issue of anemia in women of reproductive age. So basically what happens is we identify the problem like we did here with anemia, but then we go further and say, what are the interventions that work globally or even locally or in the region? And then we go ahead and do modeling, where we model the cost and effectiveness and then select the most cost-effective intervention to implement. So in this case, we are looking at iron folic acid supplement. Usually it is only given to women who are pregnant. But then when we did the modeling and the cost effectiveness analysis, we found out that if we provided IFAS to all women of reproductive age, it would be cost effective, showing that it would only cost about $4 to see a very incremental change in the number of cases of anemia. So we looked at the outcome of the number of cases in anemia. And that way we recommended, since it is below the GDP, it is global practice that as long as the incremental cost effectiveness ratios are below GDP, then that option is taken. So basically regarding policy evidence-based policy making, we are going a step further. Even when we look at the NIPIN guidance regarding how we come up with policies, we have the policy question, we have the data analysis that was done perfectly by UBOS. However, to go further, we now analyze and say, what are the interventions that we have available that are effective, but then we go and ask, when it comes to the dollar, the value for money, which interventions are most effective? So this is a call to all MDAs, a call to the partners, a call to the local government, and a call to OPM as our coordinating leader to try to mainstream this framework that we have for evidence-based policy making, where we go ahead and analyze these interventions and programs and identify which one is cost effective, so that we can work within our budget to improve the health outcomes that the report has highlighted this morning. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Roderick Altaire. His is more of a call for action by way of mainstreaming evidence-based policy making for effective decision making, effective financing, to ensure appropriate remedy to whatever issues that we are faced with as a country. Lastly but not least, I will be Madam Tabazi Judith, Manager with the National Planning Authority. And as a country, we are in the last mile of the NDP4, that is the National Development Plan development process. It's soon out. And we are rest assured from the submissions and the very many involvements that we've been in, that also the previous speaker indicated that nutrition is coming out so loud and clear in terms of it as a cross-cutting issue and well mainstreamed. Looking at this situation, how would you comfort us that whatever interventions or whatever NDP-related interventions under the human capital development, where nutrition largely falls, will at least help us reverse the situation and actually consolidate the gains that we already have?
Yeah, thank you, moderator. Protocol observed. Yes, I want to rest assure you that we've prioritized nutrition as a cross-cutting issue in our development frameworks. And I'm glad you've said that we've worked closely and tried to integrate it in the upcoming National Development Plan. We have taken nutrition as a cross-cutting issue because it doesn't fall under one program. It's mainly anchored under Human Capital Development Program, but it also falls in other programs as agro-industrialization. We have private sector development program, we have development plan implementation program, and many others. As we've said, we need this multi-sector approach, which is actually best implemented through the current program approach that is used to implement the National Development Plan. So rest assured, nutrition has been integrated. The indicators we've been discussing since this morning on wasting, on anemia, on stunting, those are our key health outcomes, results under Human Capital Development Program. But we also have issues of food security how it relates to nutrition outcomes, and the different stakeholders. We have issues of social protection, we have issues of WASH, which have been also considered that will contribute to the ultimate outcome we want to see regarding our human capital for Uganda that we anticipate to see. The objective is really to see increased productivity of a human being, and this cannot be achieved if we don't address nutrition, and we are taking the approach of the life cycle approach as a starting with a foundation of human capital, that is the children. And under there, we're looking at all these issues we've been discussing today, but also we are looking at nutrition in adolescents, we are looking at nutrition in a working labor force, we are looking at nutrition in old age. That is where issues of SAGE that have been discussed, and also issues of non-communicable diseases, obesity, overweight, which also affect our working labor force. So rest assured, we have taken nutrition seriously to help us achieve the kind of population we want to see in Uganda. And also we are continuing to work with the different ministries, departments, and agencies to ensure nutrition is integrated in their strategic plans that are being formulated that will be aligned to NDP4. And also working with local governments to ensure we integrate nutrition, that the local government development plans also will be 5 years, which will be aligned to NDP4 in line with achieving our development outcomes. Briefly, that's what I can say, but we shall also continue doing the annual assessment of compliance to the plan and the budget. And that's what helps us inform progress on implementation, because we had implementation is a key challenge. How are we going to continue monitoring implementation of the plan? And this annual assessment of nutrition is very key, and will help us assess some of the indicators were presented under the governance indicator, and how are we going to ensure that we improve the low percentage of implementation at national and also at local government level. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much. We are rest assured that over the next 5 years of the NDP4, we'll see this trajectory improve, and for better nutrition outcomes across. Madam Tabazi talks of not only looking at this as multi-sectoral, but they've even adopted the life cycle approach in terms of the interventions where they are looking at even the elderly and all the rest, those that remain affected by the situation. And she crowns it all with nutrition-related compliance audits. This is one thing that I think we should really appreciate and support the National Planning Authority in terms of undertaking it, so that it can guide the extent to which we are really mainstreaming these interventions to address the situation. Colleagues, allow me, as I get to the conclusion, just to give each of the panelists just 1 minute, 1 to 2, to give us their parting shots in terms of what are the take-homes. Starting with Mr. Twaire, Roderick, your parting shots.
Thank you. Well, my parting insight is that we have to, through the guidance of OPM, I request that we consolidate a way of, or create a framework for evidence-based priority setting, especially for nutrition, to try to be more technical and ensure that our resources, the meager resources that we have, are allocated to interventions that will have the highest impact on health outcomes, but also putting into consideration the costs of these interventions. Thank you, Gertrude.
Yeah. My take home is, can we all be advocates of nutrition at our household level? Nutrition starts at household level, as by the time it comes to us policymakers to mobilize for resources, we are addressing some of the symptoms of what we could have prevented. One of the best approach we're using in NDP4 is to focus on prevention than curative. Let's prevent some of these nutrition issues so that we are able to save on the budget implications. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Madam Moderator. From me, I want to encourage all of us to endeavor to diversify our diets. Let us sensitize the people that are around us of the importance of diversification of diet. Let us teach our children to eat the local traditional foods. That is one thing that has gone away. We have westernized our diets. I know women are busy, but let us try as much as possible to prepare local diets, even if it's just once a week, so that our children learn what the local foods are and they get used to consuming them. And then my appeal to the district stakeholders and leaders, let us sensitize the people. Let them not sell everything and utilize the money for other issues, but they should also put a proportion of that money on the diversification of their diets. Thank you so much.
Mr. Mwanguzi.
I just have to re-echo Steve that we need to have functional school management committees. I've had the cows here. Functional school management committees, and we have nutrition food committees to enable us to have all our learners feed. And we echo the same in the diversity of foods. It's not only beans and poultry throughout, because even there are areas where they have plenty of food, plenty of other foodstuffs, but we still remain on food poultry of beans and poultry throughout the year, throughout the term. That's going to affect the nutrition and the development of our learners, and it will impact on the performance. However much we do, however much we teach, without our learners not feeding properly, it will impact on their performance.
Thank you.
For me, I want us to remember the statistics for obesity. We have a very big opportunity to do something about it. We've seen that it's only on the increase. So I think all of us as practitioners, as policymakers, as educators, we need to think of ways, the strength that we are using to tackle undernutrition should be the strength that we should use to think about obesity and the interventions, because now we are seeing, we used to think of obesity as a problem of the global north, but now it's a very big problem for the global south as well. So if we remain quiet and we still say, oh, it's on the rise, then we're going to get into very big trouble, because obesity comes with so many things. All the non-communicable diseases are as a result mainly of obesity. So if we use the same strength that we are using to talk about undernutrition, then we are going to be able to mitigate a very big problem that might result in the future. So when we're talking about the food and nutrition bill, when we're talking about the upcoming UNAP 3, the NDP4, we should be intentional about including interventions that are going to help us tackle the problem of obesity. Otherwise, we're going to get into very big trouble, and then we'll start stumbling along the way to think of intervention. So for me, that should be something that all of us should be thinking about right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think we deserve an applause. Drawing from the experience of the previous panelists, I request the Honorable Minister to grace this panel and for a photo moment. And I also wish to request my commissioner, Mr. Edward Walugembe, to join us. Thank you.
The MC was invited in absentia, but without the MC. Okay, thank you very much. Another round of applause to Miss Gertrude Namayanja for having taken us through the last panel discussion. So, ladies and gentlemen, I really want to thank you very much for having really stood with us within this period, the afternoon time. And for those that have kept their seats, we thank you very much. It also shows positive nutrition. Those that have left, maybe the nutrition has issues. You remember the indicators: stunting, wasting, and anemia. Those that have remained actually have better indicators, it seems. And those that have gone, maybe their indicators are questionable. Anyway, I would like to say that we have come to the end of this first day of our dialogue, and I must say we've learned a lot from where we picked it up from. And just a reminder, we had keynote remarks from the Permanent Secretary. Then we've had documentaries showing us on some of the key success stories on nutrition. We had remarks from the chairperson of UBOS. We had remarks from the development partners, Nutrition Development Partners Group, represented by the UNICEF representative. And also we had remarks from the opening remarks from the Right Honorable Prime Minister, who was represented by the Right Honorable Kasule Lumumba. So, ladies and gentlemen, then we also had a presentation on the nutrition status report, situation report that was compiled by the Uganda Bureau of Statistics. And thereafter, the discussions that have gone through relating to the various key topic areas on policy, then discussions at local government, and now on the key indicators that are driving nutrition. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would really want not to take this further, but just to request our Honorable Minister of State to just come up and give us the parting words, and then we sound the bell to go back home. Thank you very much. Those hand claps are not nutritious.
Thank you very much. We agreed that clapping is therapy. Yeah. It is part of exercise, but in most cases, people are very defiant. I want to thank the very last panel for sharing very good insights. And for today, I want to thank you, dear ladies and gentlemen, for being persistent from morning up to now. I want to congratulate you and thank you sincerely for giving time to this very important topic in our midst. Yeah, before I go into the 8 key policy takeaways for Uganda nutrition agenda, let me make just simple comments here. Feeding of learners. You know, we have a very generous president, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. In Bunyoro, we call him a kik. He's a musita. He's very generous that he allowed, through the NRM government and the entire government of Uganda, that our children go to school for free. But then, they also went ahead and scrapped off graduated tax. Much as we pay it in incognito ways, but officially it was scrapped off. And what is surprising me, our beloved parents up to now are still asking for more. And he has gone ahead even to give us money for parish development model, a myoga, youth livelihood, WEP, and other interventions. But we still ask that government should also feed our children. what are we supposed to do as parents? Only producing children? Encourage people to take personal responsibility on feeding their children. If they fail to feed these children, I want to assure you, even when we pay a lot of money in school tuition and whatever, we will not have a quality population. So, dear leaders, please encourage people to feed their children adequately. We were joking with my brother Walugembe there, that have you ever eaten posho and porridge? Have you ever? Posho and porridge. Can you imagine? What kind of nutrition is this one? In the morning, more especially in our villages, the mother tells a daughter or a son that you pick that cassava, the cassava that is a leftover from the evening, or maybe a potato. You go as you eat, you know. You begin walking while eating a cassava or a potato, but you have water. What kind of feeding is this one? We should be very careful. Now, about planning and budgeting at strategic level. As a central government, we need to emphasize planning and budgeting at central government level for the nutrition agenda of this country. But then, it should be done at local level. I know we have here our dear politicians, we have our technical people. We can start humbly. We will never have enough money, but we can just be committed to making sure that we have that little money, at least for information dissemination. Then we should consolidate at national level. We should consolidate all the relevant policies, interventions, the scattered mandates, then merge them. Merge them. I think this is in the right ministry. Because the Right Honorable Prime Minister is the coordinator of all ministries. So we should consolidate all these scattered mandates and put them under one roof, under OPM, which are targeting nutrition. We have 8 key policy takeaways for Uganda nutrition agenda. 1, increase domestic financing for nutrition intervention by allocating more resources to nutrition programs, including procurement of essential commodities for treating severe stroke acute malnutrition. Prioritize sustainable funding mechanisms to ensure long-term impact. 2, address regional disparities in nutrition. Focus on regions with the highest rates of malnutrition, such as Karamoja, where stunting is at 44%. Wasting and underweight children are most prevalent. Tailor interventions to address the unique challenges of these regions, including poverty, food security, climate change. 3, strengthen multi-sectoral collaboration under the 4th National Development Plan. And we are still at draft level, meaning we can slot in this nutrition agenda. Adopt a program systems approach to nutrition in the NDP4 by fostering partnerships across sectors such as health, education, agriculture, water, and social protection. Ensure that all sectors integrate nutrition-sensitive interventions into their programs to achieve holistic outcomes. 4, nutrition cadres. Expand the number of nutrition cadres across the country in all sectors, including schools, hospitals, local governments, and other institutions. 5, improve dietary diversity and food security. Promote the production, accessibility, and affordability of diverse and nutritious foods, including animal proteins, fruits, vegetables, etc. Address the low percentage of children, 10%, meeting the minimum dietary diversity, and ensure households have access to at least 3 meals a day. Ensure this action takes place in schools and homes. They have forgotten that we should also regulate these people who are advertising kombucha, kituzi, kitoko. We should really, because some of them even don't know the alcoholic content. Some of them are not even certified by UNBS, but you find them on the market. And when they want to sell most, they will always say, amani gekisajja. Women power. You know, they know we are promiscuous, so they target what we want most. Mani gekisajja. And the men will run very fast because they want money what? Gekisajja. If you want to target men, use that word. Women power, something like that. So, leverage data for evidence-based decision making. This is point number 7. Strengthen national nutrition information systems, such as the National Information Platform for Nutrition, to consolidate and analyze data for policy making. Ensure timely dissemination of data, such as the Uganda Demographic and Health Survey 2022, to guide interventions and track progress. Number 8, promote accountability and transparency in nutrition investments. Ensure full accountability for resources allocated to nutrition programs for both government and development partners. Regularly monitor and evaluate the impact of interventions to maximize efficiency and effectiveness. There is also the 9th one, address gender and vulnerable group disparities. Tackle the higher prevalence of overweight and obesity among women, which is at 26.4, compared to men at 9.2%, and address the nutritional needs of vulnerable groups, including children under 5, adolescents, and women of reproductive age. Invest in targeted programs to reduce teenage pregnancies and their intergenerational impact on malnutrition. This is not from academia, it is from you. We have this, since morning we've been discussing this, and it is summarized. I want to thank you for your generous input into informing policy, which is already there, but also enforcement and implementation of our nutrition agenda in this country. I want to wish you God's blessings as you go to retire, but remember to wake up very early in the morning and we conclude, because tomorrow it will be half day, and I encourage you to come early, and we crown it off. Thank you. God bless you.
Ya mwisho. Okay, thank you very much. Our State Minister, really thank you very much for those parting words. The summary was spot on, and I think those are the key messages that we shall sleep over with. So ladies and gentlemen, we don't have any other things to do apart from saying that the day is done. So we hope to see each other tomorrow at 8. We've been told to come early, so that means please come here at exactly 7:30, so that we start. 8 is starting, not arrival. Please come and we start. I wish you journey masses for those going back, and a good night's sleep. Thank you very much. Oh, I've been informed that there's an evening tea, just to be nutritious again, add the sugar levels, those that have been depleted. Thank you very much.
My heart keeps breaking cards.